Everybody ready in about a minute? I'd like to welcome everyone to the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway for the 11th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. I would like to thank First Bank of Alabama for being our sponsor for this year's event. Would also like to have a special thanks to Russell Branham and the staff here at the Talladega Superspeedway for being our host once again. Special thanks to the media for coming out and supporting our student athletes here in Talladega County. To open up the 11th Annual Media Day, we have the Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers and brand new head coach Acardia Garrett. Representing the Tigers today, we have Javari McKenzie, Ricky Gooden Swain, and Jovi Cole. The Fighting Tigers compete in Class 1A, Region 6, and open up their season at Tarrant on August the 19th.
Coach, just talk about the summer and the guys you brought with you today.
Well, these are some guys that we've had that's been pretty faithful and consistent in the weight room all summer. That's the reason why they're here. We had some other guys also, but these are three of the guys that we're looking for as far as leadership come the season. You know, a lot of experience. Of course, we hadn't done very well in the past couple of years, but now these guys are somewhat coming of age and playing at a level with their peers now, and not at a level of much older and bigger guys. So I think that they'll be at a different level of competition once we get started this year. Been working really hard in the weight room. Seen a lot of improvements, a lot of gains, a lot of things that they didn't think that they could do. They're beginning to get those done now. So that's pretty much, this summer's just about working hard and getting better.
Is it exciting just knowing that the guys are a little bit older and they can compete a little bit at a higher level going into the season?
Absolutely. You want that for them, because it's nothing really, when you got younger kids, there's really nothing that you can do about that. They just got to go out there and compete. What I will say about them is that, even though they had struggles and they were struggling, it was difficult for them, they're all still here. They're all still working. And they're all still trying to get better and do better.
Talk about your first year, Coach. I mean, what's your vision for the program? What do you want to accomplish?
Mainly is to get the kids to buy into being student athletes. A lot of times they get the idea that, you got to put in work on the athletic field, and you got to put in work in the classroom. But getting them to buy into and not be mediocre in their work ethic. We had, you got to want to do it. That's why I'm telling them every day. You got to want to be here. You got to want the weight room. You got to want to get out on the field and work. You just got to want to do it. And I'm just here trying to provide them with the opportunity to do that and get better.
Coach, review this year, obviously your first year at TC. How many guys you think you're gonna have when you hit the field against Tarrant August 19th? How many guys you think you're gonna have? Or do you even know yet?
Hopeful number.
Hopeful or realistic?
Hopeful number at 30. Realistically, 25. You know, if we can get to 25, I think we can have a really, really, really serviceable bunch that can compete and win some games. But yeah, that's my realistic number is 25. Hoping for 30.
Coach, how many seniors do you have?
Right now, one. We've just been a victim of some really small classes. It's just what happened. Not a lot of boys in the senior class.
Well, Coach, you made a statement just then where you were saying to the kids about being a student athlete. Speaking from that point of view, I think those kids that know that in order to get where you want them at, they got to start off in that classroom to get to where you want them to be on the field.
Right.
And I think that's a good thing that you're doing.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Question for the fellas. You had heard Coach talk about coming of age. Now, obviously, you're older than when you all started. What was it like being the little bitties playing against older guys, and how much are you now looking forward to being kind of the older guys, you know, up to playing against guys your own age?
I feel like we need to try harder, and like I can't explain it. Like I feel like we got more competition, we got more heart in trying, so we won't be too scared or nothing. We have put in the work as we came up through the years.
Should it be different? I mean, will you feel more comfortable now on the field because you ain't like ninth graders playing against 18-year-olds?
Yes, sir.
What's that going to be like, and how much are you looking forward to it? You guys on the end can answer that if you want.
I think it's gonna be very much easier because we know the game, we're used to the game, and I think it's gonna be good this year.
Like he said, we just gotta have more heart and more faith in ourselves, and then we probably can do it.
Wait, are you looking forward to you guys being the guys beating up on people instead of like people beating up on you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's probably the biggest part about getting older, right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, this question is for any of the players. What's your routine in the summertime? You try to spend any extra time outdoors?
Yes, sir.
In preparation for getting used to the heaters, and what's your routine to make sure that you stay healthy when you're having to practice in all this hot weather?
When
You can go.
in our free time, we'll probably go to the gym, to hoop, or go on the field and put in some extra work.
I guess you can't spend much time at this point inside in the air conditioner playing video games, can you?
No, sir.
Coach, you laughed when I asked that question about being the older guys now, so that must register with you about what they had gone through or what they're getting ready to, kind of being the older guys. Did that spark something in your mind to think about?
I mean, it did. It was, and I know it was difficult for us as a staff, and I know it was especially difficult for the kids. Trying to power through those times. Not that it was we were never really talent deficient. We were just not big enough to be out there with the guys that we were with, and I hope that to some point we get to the point where we can compete and we can beat up on some people like they've been beating up on us.
To the players, you guys seem like you're in a situation or a team that was a little bit up the road from you guys last year, like Oxford Yellow Jackets. They were young, but they were playing like the number 14 in the nation. You're not running from competition. You get better by playing those teams like that. So like what Coach is saying is you guys gonna be better this year than you were last year. You guys think that?
Yes, sir.
I think we gonna be better last year. I think we done grown, and the other years we didn't have our spot. But I think this year we're gonna get our spot back.
With a last name like Swain, it's 100,000 Swains in Talladega County, so I think you're gonna have to live up to that.
Coach, are you guys at a point where you're just trying to learn how to win? I mean, it's been a while. Is that something that you guys are? Well, I mean, that's a good question. I do think that you can get used to losing. And we definitely don't want to get into that point. I mean, these guys are talented, and they've won at other levels. They've just not been put in the proper position to win at this level now because of the gaps that we've had in upperclassmen, to be honest. We didn't have enough upperclassmen these last couple of years to bridge the gap for them, which, we hate that, but they had to, go through the school of hard knocks, and hopefully now, they're tired of doing that, and they're ready to, step up to the plate, so to speak.
I scored football. Last year, had 4 points a game. I know you have a new OC. Talk about what you want to see from your offense this year, Coach.
I mean, we do have a new offensive coordinator, Coach McBurnett. He's on fire about football, and that's a great thing to have coming in. He got a lot of great ideas, sometimes too many, but you just have to control that. And guys, people, when I first started coaching, I want to do everything, but you can't do everything. So what we got to do is come in and figure out the things that we can do to make our kids successful, not the things that we think up in our mind. Because you go home and you think up a million things to do, but you may not have the guys to do that. So what we got to do is come up with stuff that can put our kids in the position to be successful.
Coach, are you reaching out to kids that's playing more than one sport, so 3-sport kids in your program?
That's all I have.
That's what I need to know.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's all we got. All of these guys up here on this podium play 3 sports.
And Coach, I mean, you're a TC guy. Been coaching there for a while.
Absolutely.
Played great basketball there back in the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, just talk about
Way back.
Talk about trying to return that tradition, that TC tradition, winning. I mean, people used to be scared of you guys walking off the bus. They were already. Man, just talk about trying to get back to that point.
Those were the days. I mean, I think it's just it was back in that time. TC was more. It's a community school now, but back in that time, TC was the community. It was what was going on in the community, and I think we've lost a little bit of that. A lot of people moved away. Got other opportunities for themselves, so it's kind of thinned our TC community out. Especially as far as kids go. But I think that we can. I think that we're getting back to that point. We're doing more, trying to get community involvement, get the community involved. That's where we got to go with that. But back in the time that you were talking about, I think that we just had a lot more participation and buy-in from the community than we do right now. We just got to fix that. I mean, you be accessible. You make the kids accessible. You have a lot of, guys that volunteer coach. you try to make them welcome, and you try to bridge the gap between, you know, them and the community, the kids in the community. Just make people feel involved. I mean, that's the only way I can think about it. Because they gotta want to be here. You know, I think over the years we got stuck in a place where kids leaving and, you know, going to different places, and I mean, they gotta want to be at your school. They gotta want to be there with you. So I guess we just gotta do a better job at making them wanting to be there.
Coach, you talked about back in the day, and you know, I've covered many football and basketball games there. Nobody wanted to go to Howell's Cove. You wanted to talk about the community. How important is it to get that home field advantage back in the community?
Oh, I mean, it's extremely important. I mean, we need it. You know, the kids need it. It's just better for the program overall when we have that support. You know, you know how it was. You know, back in the 90s, 80s, 90s. You know, TC was where it was. You know, and we're just trying to work hard and give these guys some history so they know where we were, so they have a starting point trying to get back to that level.
Any further questions? Okay, if there are no further questions, that wraps up the Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers. In about 5 minutes, we'll have Coach Johnny Johnson and the Childersburg High School Tigers.
At Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, they don't sell you cars, they help you buy them. Make the short drive to Sylacauga where vehicles are fairly priced, with no market adjustments or inflated prices. Just vehicles priced fairly, like they should be. Why settle for higher prices and less selection when you can come to Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga and experience the way car buying should be? Tony Sarah Ford on Highway 280 in Sylacauga, or online at sarahsylacauga.com.
We don't sell you cars, we help you buy them.
The Advantage Plus roofing team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
Coosa Valley Medical Center, one of the top 10 hospitals in Alabama, is also Sylacauga's largest employer. Services from the emergency room to surgery to cancer treatment to post-stroke care. You won't believe what's right in your backyard. It's Coosa Valley Medical Center in Sylacauga. So, if you're sick in Alabama, choose one of the top 10 hospitals in Alabama. That is Coosa Valley Medical Center.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned, and with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years, federally insured by the NCUA.
Yeah, leave town.
Kid, I'm done. Okay. Y'all go ahead,
Oh, guess what? He is a new official at TC, and TC didn't want to play this year in anything.
I'm a sports writer right now. I have no part of that right
Yeah, he didn't want to players in basketball. They didn't want players in football. He didn't want to do none of that no more. They don't play that now. He said we had too much coming back right now.
So they mean going to the playoffs all the time.
That's what we saying. That's the motto. Hey, we're gonna play. Show up. Show up. Show up.
All right, David, this. All right, so this mic, what we. So we brought this mic. All right, we had it right.
Yeah, I want you to have one all by yourself.
This one.
Go ahead, Coach. was a little busy.
Doing another court.
Looking for it.
Work.
Right.
You was working, just working there? Yeah, that's that one right there. But when you plug this into another one, none of the other ones.
Somebody told me you needed another line.
Okay, we had it hooked up a while ago, but a while ago it was working.
Try it now. Okay, now try it. My bad.
No, that's a different side of the Duncan right there. Sycamore, Duncan, where y'all from?
You guys ready? Y'all ready? Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 11th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have the Childersburg High School Tigers with head coach Johnny Johnson entering his 3rd year at the helm. Representing the Tigers today, we have Kevin Duncan, Austin Luker, and Daniel Worley. The Tigers compete in Class 3A Region 4 and open the season at home against Munford on August the 19th.
Coach, talk about your summer and the guys that you brought with you today.
Good summer. First, I'm gonna start with Kevin Duncan. Be a senior this year. I didn't miss a summer. Didn't miss a day. You know, that's commitment right there. You know, showed up every day, become a leader for us. You got Austin here, one of my O-line, D-line guy. Same thing. On time he missed, he went on vacation. One of the guys, he a junior, you know, been there, that committed. We're looking for him out here leadership to help on the O-line. You got Daniel, one of the secrets around here in special team punting for us. You know, he do the extra point, he do the punt. He do what he do. He come every day, he punt. That's all we ask him to do. He show up and he do it. You know, he do the things. But I thought we had a good summer. You know, what we want to do. You know, we did 1 7-on-7 because we gonna run football. You know, we ain't gonna throw it much. But these guys, the commitment and the young guys see what they do in the weight room. And guys, my young guys, my 8th grader, 9th grader, I got some. They didn't miss a day. So we got things going the right way. You know, the process is going the way I want it to go, and everybody buying in what we want to do.
Year 3, Coach. I mean, just talk about what you got for the Falcons this year.
Playoff. You know, going to week 3, they got some experience in them. What guys we got? We're gonna have 10 seniors. We got 18 juniors. You know, got the skill guys back. We got one online offensive line. We got 1 senior on there. So yeah, we expect a lot this year. You know, we expect to play hard, be physical up front, be disciplined on the football field, and try to go win. We're gonna try to get in the playoff. You know, we missed it last year by 1. We had some good game, and you know, we were in a tough region last year, and same thing this year. We got some tough guys in the region we're going into now.
Yeah, Johnny, I was just gonna ask you about that. I'm glad you mentioned it. The region that you're in now, they brought in half of probably one of the best 3A leagues in the state when you got the Calhoun County teams in there. How's that going to change the challenge of the region play with just the addition of those 3 teams specifically coming out of that really good region?
Yes, I think we had a better chance. I think, but when last time we had our meeting with the new region, that everybody committed can play against each other. You know, we ain't got them private school in there when they got 80 kids. You know, everybody about to on the same playing field. So we feel good going in this region right here. You know, Sac still gonna be a powerhouse in there. You got Webber gonna be a powerhouse in there. You got Davos, but we just feel like we can go in there now. We can compete. You know, I think we're on an equal playing field right now with what we're going into.
Coach, last year you got the taste of victory. You know, several times, 2 on the road and at home. You know, not a lot of wins before you took over at Childersburg. How is that going to help you now after getting the taste of victory and these kids wanting to get back there each and every Friday night?
Well, anytime you get that taste, you know, the year, you know, we want to get 4 win last year. We wanted more, but we got that 4 win. Now you want to keep improving. They got that taste and they want more of it, you know, but, you know, we talk every day about showing up now. You know, you do your job and you do it in the weight room, but now you got to show up on Friday night to compete. And so, yes, we want to keep winning. We want to keep it going. Every Friday night, yes, it's going to be tough. You're going to have your up and down. We know what things we got to do defensively. We got to talk about on defense. We got to control the ball better on offense, limit our turnover. But I think they're ready. You know, I think this is the year 3. I'm ready. We got them going. We coach them hard. All my young coaches do a great job with them, and we're just going to go compete.
Speaking of your coaches, you got a lot of Childersburg alums coaching with you. And, of course, your offensive coordinator, Brantley Carr. Talk a little bit about your coaching staff being intact going into this year.
Well, you know, Coach Carr going in his 2nd year with what we want to do offensively, so he got it. It's all him. You know, I don't do nothing on Friday night. I might say this or that, but he run that offense, and he do a great job with it. You know, you got Coach Butler on the defense side of the ball. I put him in foot on defense, but them 2 right there, I trust them. That we're going to be prepared for every Friday night game, get the kids ready to go for Friday night. And And we got all their support cast in there, do things for us. You got Donahue, you got Coach Craven, you got everybody else that fit in and mold what we want to do. But they do a great job with the kids, and the kids look up to and respect what we do.
Well, the question for the players, guys like us will look at history stuff, go back and look at records and all that kind of stuff. Your record at home, since you guys have ever played football, is like totally opposite of what it is when you go on the road. What is it like playing a home game on Fridays at your place that's different than when you play on the road? The atmosphere, the feel, is there something that makes playing at home in Childersburg different or neater than any other place? In your experience, go ahead, you guys can kind of share.
Well, I think there's nothing like, looking up in the stands and seeing familiar faces from the community. There's something about not just wearing the Childersburg C, but being in Childersburg that makes you want it 10 times more. It makes you want to not win but dominate. Show them that they can't come to your stadium and boss you around.
I feel like sometimes, like when we go on away games, we be more hyped than when we at home, because we can go in their house and beat up on them.
I just like playing at home because like my whole family's there watching me, and I just feel like I do better at home.
It's just like really weird. If you go and look at the records, it's like 199 and 160, and then on the road it's like 160 and 199. It was just kind of an oddity, and I didn't know if there was something special about what you guys do at home as opposed to what you do at home.
Yes, I like kind of be on the road. I think the mindset. We more we got to do this, this, and this on the road. At home, they're kind of like a little free, a little bit. They can move around a little bit. The focus ain't there. Then I'm like a control environment. I'm a control environment guy. I like that road. We got to get here. We got to do this. We got to do this. But home, you're there. You can lay back a little bit, and you're going right out there. And I think that's the most different with the kids is, on the road, our mindset's a whole lot different. Yeah.
Coach, talk about the schedule again. Of course, you got BB Comer back for a third year. Going to be, tough ball game there. But going there to the likes of Sylacauga, you bring back Munford to start things off. You got Winterboro at the end. Talk a little bit about your schedule.
Well, we try to set the schedule up so we can compete. Nothing against Sylacauga, but a 5H school and more kids than what we had, and every year the score is a lot different. So we want to bring in so we can compete. You got Vince for homecoming right across the track. I think that's a good game for us. Same thing with Munford. I think it's a good ball game for us right there. They 4A now, we 3A. Winterboro up the road. Just for sometime to gate too. Trying to get that gate and just compete. We just want to find something that the kids know we got opportunity when we go in that we can got a chance to win.
I know there's a lot of expectations for the senior class this year, going not just for football, but for other sports as well. This class has been real good for you and your rest of your coaches. Talk a little bit about your leaders coming into this year.
So the thing, again, start with Kevin right here, start with Daniel, even though he is our punter, do the special team stuff, but his leadership, him being there. You see him come out early with the football, doing field goal stuff or punting the football. They see that. I always tell them, I don't want to lead. You need to lead. We need the team to lead. Sometimes they get this time to hear my voice all the time, get on about certain things. I say, y'all got to do everything, but you got to do it the right way. You got to do everything the right way when you lead a team. And then like I tell all the coaches, we got some seniors that all our program is right there at the peak where we can go win. Football, basketball, baseball, softball. We right there every year. We get in the play. Some of them get in the playoff. Football got to get themselves in the playoff. But we right there. What we need to do be as an athletic program with the coaches we got there and the work that we doing, and we got some good senior leadership. The thing about it though is they good in the classroom too. We got a lot of kids that good in the classroom. And like now, I got everything from starting the spring to now. I think we maybe lost one guy. That's amazing right there from there to summer. And the same thing in the classroom. We got kids that doing right in the classroom.
And you've got kids coming out for football now that 4 or 5 years ago probably would not have come out. Talk a little bit about how you and your coaching staff have had to sell this to these.
Yeah, we got a baseball guy, Lane Dennis. We've been on him from day one, and he committed. He did 7-on-7. We know our quarterback, Chris, got hurt a little bit, so we need a quarterback come in. I said, look, come try it. And he came out. He tried it. He said, Coach, I'm committed. I'm committed. You know, I got some basketball guys out there that playing. You know, we dressing almost 50 kids when we start. We got about 50 kids dressing out, and that's a very improvement. You know, of what we want to get done.
Coach, that's a pretty nice luxury to have some at the 3A level to have a player that only concentrates on kicking, isn't it?
Oh, great! Yes, he can be a wide receiver. No, we try to work that, but you know, I want to keep him there. So I told him, that's the job we want. He's a soccer player. He loves soccer. So I'm big on working with the kids. You know, that's what he want to do. I say, come do what we need to do. You got to go do soccer. Go do soccer.
So now, did you say he's punting and kicking for you?
He do everything. He do it all.
Coach, and looking down the schedule, it looks like you've got some really good potential gate games this year. Talk a little bit about how the region realignment may have improved that situation, because we all know this is getting more expensive to do every year.
You look at it, we couldn't have long ride out, you know, Gusher and Pipe County. You know, we got everything closer now. You know, I think we got 2 long ride we got on the schedule. It should help out with our gate, you know, getting the fans there. But, you know, anything you can get it closer, and the fan want to go see. And the fan always want to know the team you playing, the name. So now some of them know the name of the team we playing, so get them to come out and support the Tigers.
What team would you call would be your biggest rivalry game this year? What you say?
Yeah, Comer always. You know, it's going to be Comer. I think Vincent's going to be a big rivalry. Playing Winterboro is going to be a good one. The first one going to get Munford coming there. You know, they bring a crowd. So it's just going to be, I think we got some good games, some good rivalry games that people want to come out and watch.
So talk about your skill guys. You said Chris got hurt a little bit, had to bring Lane in. Is that a quarterback competition or?
No, Chris the man. Chris the man. You know, we got Chris, we got Philip Tilly at the tailback, we got Sherrod Robinson at the wing back. We got Kevin played everywhere. He played the fullback, he played the tight end. We got Xavier Duncan. We got some skilled guys that showed up. Got 2 freshmen that can do some things for us, Devin and Tay. So we got some guys that can really help us this year.
What's your expectation for them offensively? Is it going to be a high-powered offensive team, or?
We're going to have our moments. You know, we want to control the clock. You know, that's what the thing about it. We're going to run it. We're going to get sleepy over there, and then boom, we're going to break one. You know, that's what we're going to do. You know, we're going to still play a little fast, but we're in a hurry. We're not in a hurry.
You're a defensive coach. I mean, what do you want to see on that side of the ball?
Attack, tackle well, play physical on that side. Now, we're going to play fast on defense. We're going to get at you a little bit. You know, we want to create turnovers. We want to get the ball back to the offense. We want to get their offense off the field.
Listening about that one game, is that something you guys use as motivation? Well, 1 game, 1 point, lost to Real Town.
Oh, they got that taste. That's from day one. They got that taste. That's a game we know we should have won that game right there. So that's what that weight room. I mean, we put some weight in that weight room. We got strong in the weight room, running condition wise. We got some guys that really jumped up in the weight room. You know, you got when you see Elijah Swain, he is big and wide now. We got him back. You know, he tore his ACL last year, so we got him back. You got Kevin. Kevin moved up a lot. You got Austin moved up. We got a lot of my line, they getting up stronger, and my skill guys, same thing. We really did a good job this summer in the weight room. Really did a good job.
Coach, and you know, talking about your defense, you're a defensive guy, of course. Talk about what it's like to have a Childersburg guy and Cy Butler, who has got energy more than all of us combined on that sideline with that defense.
Well, the thing about it, he just don't bring it to the game. He started that practice. He started today when we were working this morning. He get in him today. You know, he know my vision for defense. He know what I like on defense. You know, I coached him, but I was doing offense when he was there. But he know what I like. You know, I give him my vision on both sides of the ball, and they run with it. You know, like I say, I put a little input, not on much, because I want them guys to be the coach. That's why we hired him to coach, and he do a great job with it. And he keep them fired up all day. I mean, he get in there and get the hollering and going on. And you know, you've seen him on the sideline. He run up and down the field, but he do a fantastic job on the football field and with the kids.
Coach, handicap this new region for us.
Again, and got a chance. I think we do. I think we got a chance to get in the playoff. You still got your powerhouse in there. You got your powerhouse with Sachs, Walker Webb, and Dable. Bueller in there. You got your Weaver, Randolph County. But still, I just feel like we got a chance. I think we got a chance to get in the playoff. But we got to do our part. We got to show up. We got to be a disciplined football team. We got to do the things that we coach to do. We can't do nothing different than what we don't do during the week. But I like the region. I like the traveling, how we got to travel, when to travel, so forth. So I like everything we got right now that help us to be successful. But we just got to do our part.
Is it just getting into the playoffs? It's just the carrot, or do you think about trying to win the region?
Oh, we're trying to win it. It's there. I tell them every day, I say it's there. I just feel like it's there for us. Even though we got them teams that have made us be successful, but I think we can win it. Just with what we got coming back, where we is, and in year 3, I think we'll be ahead of the game on both sides of the ball that we do have a chance. And we want to win some ball games. You just want to get in. We want to win some ball games.
And what do the guys think about that lofty goal? You heard what Coach said, but how much do you share that vision and to what degree?
Like he said, it's there. We've all seen it. We most of us were there when we lost, that one game by 1 point. We know what it takes to do it. We know what it takes to get there. We know how to get there. Now it's just we got to wait for every Friday night and do it.
You got to show up. Just show up and play.
I feel like we're just hungry to play and hungry to win.
Coach, last year your starting quarterback was hurt and had some COVID issues first of the year. You talked about having 50 out. How important is it for you and your coaching staff, or do you do anything differently through this summer camp to try to keep everybody healthy? How important is it's important for every school to be healthy, but I know at the 3A level it's more important.
But for us, I went back spraying everything. Weight room. We back doing the protocol, make sure everybody's safe. So I'm big back spraying everything. Like quarterback wise, I'm first time going in. We got 3 quarterbacks. We got 3 guys who can play quarterback. So that's a plus for us that we have that level to have them 3 guys. But yeah, just tell the guys all the time, take care of yourself. Drink plenty of water. Go home, shower. You do the thing that what you can do to help your team. Same thing every day. Just protocol. And we're going to keep doing it. Just make sure we're safe. And it's always happens right before the week we play, too. So we got to make sure we do everything we need to do as a player to help your teammate.
Coach, it looks like the schedule sets up nice for you to make the kind of run you're talking about. You got Munford at home, then a short trip to Comer, long road trip to Randolph County for the region opener. Then you have Weaver at home before the big trip to Sachs, and then you've got 2 of the probably preseason favorites in the region at home on the second half. So the schedule really shapes up nice for you. Talk about that a little bit.
Oh, yes, I know. That's what all the coaches, we looked at that. It's set up for us. I think the way the lineup is, but again, we still have to do our part as a team. Same thing as coaches. We got to do our part as getting the kids ready, prepared to play. And like I said, we got to be fundamental sound. We got to be disciplined on the football field, and we got to execute everything we do on both sides of the ball, even special team. Everything we got to fit together for it to be successful.
Coach, you're a Childersburg graduate. You played there. You coached there. Now this is really the first year going into your tenure that there's been expectations. For you personally, how does that make you feel?
I'm excited. I tell the guy, I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm ready to get started. I'm ready to see what next Monday. You'll see what we're ready to go do. Because we can do all the talking. We done did all the work. Now let's just show up and do the work and see can we get in. I'm excited. Year 3, that's what I will count on. That year 3 that we can do some things to get it where we need to go.
One more, Coach. You're a basketball guy. Now you're a football guy. Talk about the differences between coaching those 2 sports, if you can.
Well, basketball, you got them 12 guys right there. You put a 5 out there on the floor. But football, now you got 11 guys. Now all 11 got to do everything on a court. All 11. And then I'm dealing with more of, kids, different move swing, different that right there. But, football is just that family. And football, to me, set the tone for the whole year. of your school system. That's all the way back to it. You know, you can win basketball, you can win everything, but football set the tone. It set the tone how your school year gonna go. That's what I tell the guys. It set the tone. When you're winning, everybody buying in. Your school year gonna go great. So that's the biggest thing right now is, guys, yes, we've been successful in everything there, but we gotta get football successful. So when you start that first day of school, your classmate gonna want to come see you on Friday night. We need them up in the stand. So that's the biggest thing. I enjoy everything, and I enjoy seeing these 11 guys out there. I enjoy seeing them on Friday night. When you worked all week, and then now Friday night we got there and show the community what we've been doing.
Coach, you went to school there.
Yes, sir.
And I know what that's like to be a coach and actually went to school there. Do you feel that maybe a little added pressure that you may have put on yourself? Successful basketball, now you're doing the football side, but do you feel that extra pressure from them old guys you used to play with that are still there? Give us a little idea about how you deal with that pressure from there and actually being the head coach there now.
I always, you know, when you go downtown, that's the first thing you say. They ask you, hey, how your football team gonna be? You know, when you played there, y'all did this, you done that. It's always pressure because you always got somebody, hey, why are you doing this on the football field? Why are you doing this right here? But for me, you know, since I played there and, you know, grabbed from there, I want my guys, I want my school to be successful. It's tough, you know. I go back and look, what could I done different? You know, I go back, you know, every year and everything I coach and see what I can retune myself to help my kids to be successful. You know, I tell them all the time, you want to have successful in life, everything start here. You know, everything start here. You know, you're like, you know, you got to get up in the morning and you got to come to work out. You're like doing the job. You got to show up. You got to go to work. You got to clock in. Then you got to go home to your family, and then you got to do all the little things. Everything I tell me, I talk about things about the little things, don't I? Everything, I always talk about the little thing. Little things get you beat. Little things help you be successful. But yeah, it get a tough time. But you know, I got, you know, some gonna be for you, some gonna get against you. But hey, we're just gonna go play football. We're gonna do things at Childersburg the right way.
Any further questions? Okay, if there are no further questions, I'd like to thank Coach Johnny Johnson and the Childersburg Tigers. Wish them well this season. Up next, after a brief intermission, we'll have Coach Bill Smith and the Talladega High School Tigers.
At Sarah Honda in Sylacauga, they don't sell you cars, they help you buy them. Make the short drive to Sylacauga, where vehicles are fairly priced with no market adjustments or inflated prices. Just vehicles priced fairly, like they should be. Why settle for higher prices and less selection when you can go to Sarah Honda in Sylacauga? Leave the price gouging behind and experience the way car buying should be. Sarah Honda, Highway 280 in Sylacauga, online at sarahsylacauga.com.
We don't sell you cars, we help you buy them.
Marble City Pharmacy in Sylacauga is your destination for the highest quality health care. Our knowledgeable pharmacists are always available for questions about your medications or advice on taking over-the-counter products and supplements. Our friendly staff can assist you in choosing from our full lines of compression hose and medical equipment. And don't forget our gift department. We have a great selection of unique gifts for every occasion. Stop by and see us today. Marble City Pharmacy, here for life.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
It's the Credit Union Sale happening now at Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga. Inflation has rates going up. But Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga has rates as low as 1.9% on newer used vehicles. Drive a nicer, newer vehicle for less at Sarah Nissan and make no payments for 90 days. This weekend only. This weekend only. Secure one of only 20 low-rate vouchers now at Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga. 1.9% APR financing for 48 months. Must finance through Dealer Preferred Network or lenders with credit approval.
The Advantage Plus Roofing Team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus Roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus Roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
You like stuff like that. We're not gonna have any Jimbo Fisher moments. Do what now? Well, not in Talladega. It may be in some other pockets of the state.
Would like to welcome everyone back to the 11th annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day in the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have the Talladega High School Tigers and first-year head coach Bill Smith. Representing the Tigers today, we have Jalen. Let's see, we got Jalen. Is it Lawson?
Cunningham.
Jalen Cunningham. All right, Javion Ashley and Chris Isbell. All right? All right, the Tigers open up the season against Lincoln on the road, and they compete in Class 4A, Region 4.
Coach, welcome back to Media Day. It's been a few years. Happy to see you.
Thank you very much. I love this place. It's a great venue. Until I was at Munford, I'd never been at Talladega Speedway, and so it's fantastic to be back.
Talk about your summer and the young man that you brought with you today.
Okay, I got Jalen Cunningham to my far right, and all three of these guys have been leaders for us. When I got hired in February, they've been consistent, and Jalen played last year, offensive, defensive line, and so I'm looking for a big year out of Big Jalen.
Is all Talladega County football the same, or is there a difference between Munford and Talladega, what you're learning? Because you've been at two schools now.
Oh,
Football is football or not?
they will tell you that it's very different. It's very different. But I mean, I've been in such different environments and demographics, and coaching in South Georgia to Northwest Alabama to Mobile, Birmingham, Sand Mountain. So, man, young men are young men, and so I treat them like my sons. And I don't think there's that much difference, but they would argue probably different.
Is there much difference within the county? Because that's the other part.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know what that program was you had that you built there in Munford, and now you're going to try to build this one here at Talladega back to how it had been. But the same challenge? Is it a different deal? What's that all about?
It's similar but different. I mean, Munford had some success under Coach Wagner, so there had been recent success. And with Talladega, the best record since about '93 is 6-5, and I don't think there's been a playoff game won since '93, and so those were 7-4 records. So. But the secret to success is really no different, in my opinion, from Munford to Talladega, Shades Valley, Hoover, Spain Park, wherever you want to go, is that we've got to be all in the boat together, rowing in the same direction. weightlifting, speed training, classroom, holding one another accountable, holding coaches accountable, and I'm blessed to have a great administration with Dr. Lee as superintendent, Mr. Moten, my principal, and Coach Simmons, my athletic director. So in that we're very blessed.
Can the players, and I don't know if you had this opportunity
Mhm.
yet, but can you talk about playing for this guy? Do you have enough experience with him to know what the deal is, having him as your coach? See, I know he's as intense as they come, but what's been your experience doing all that? Go ahead.
Since it's his first year here, I feel like we'll play good with him. He's a good coach, and we already got a bond with him, so I feel like it's gonna be very special to play with him this season.
Good.
Thank you, Chris.
So, just basically like him, he treat us as family, and him, I'm big on family, very family oriented, and it's gonna be a good season.
I think playing with them would be very easily because when you look up to somebody, it's very easy to buy in what they're telling you and buy in what they've been saying. So I think the team did a great job with that, with Coach coming to show us this is the way, this is how you do things.
Did you do a spring?
We did not.
Oh, so they hadn't been like field stuff with it. I'm sure they've done 7-on-7s.
Well, I like the way they give us the option now. If you don't do a spring, you can start early. And so we're able to start early, and we were able to pick up a jamboree, even though we have a week 0. And so Chelsea, 7A Chelsea will be coming in, and newly reclassified 7A Chelsea will be coming to our place. So we're very blessed about that financially, and also, to get some work.
Coach, how many guys you gonna have coming out this year for you? Do you know yet?
It's still a work in progress right now at practice. We have 32 that went to team camp. I was definitely planning on having 40 to 50, but right now that's the way it is. And a lot of my guys are going to have to go both ways. And so we got to be mentally tough. I'm not going to be able offensively to play quite as fast as I'd like to until the 90-degree temperatures that we're going to have on Friday nights, the first 3 games. I'm still trying to get some more basketball kids out and some more kids, young men, but that's where we are right now.
You kind of alluded to you may not be able to play quite as fast as we want to. What can Talladega fans and football fans in general expect out of both your offense and your defense this year?
We're going to be physical. We're going to be tough. We're gonna try to be, run pass run. We're going to try to be 50-50, but that's going to be dictated by just how we play. And until we get into live game stuff, I'm a spread guy. I've been a spread guy since 2000, but we're going to have a physical run game. And I think looking at my teams at Munford, at Shades Valley, and Fayette County, and different places, we're able to run the ball even though we're a spread team.
Sometimes you have to do with what you have.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You may not have the personnel to do some things that you might want to do, so you have to change. Is that something that's tough for you as a coach?
It's not as tough now as it was when I was a younger offensive coordinator. When I was a younger offensive coordinator from 2002 to different places I've been, I cared a lot more about my offensive stats. I cared about the W or the win, but now, as a head coach, if we win 3-2, that's a win. And so, I still want to put up fantastic numbers. At Munford, my first year, we averaged about 85 plays offensively. We had a couple of games in the 90s. I won't be able to do that this year. I hope to be able to get that, in a year or two, but have a lot more patience now than I did when I was in my 40s or 30s. But I do think a mark of a great coach is being able to see. My dad was an old coach back in the 70s, And so the term back then was material. What kind of material you working with? Well, my material are my young men. And so the talent pool that we have, you know, whether we're heavy on running backs or wide receivers, will dictate a lot about what we do. But I do always like to have a change of pace offense. I did so at Shades Valley, at Munford, in different places where if the spread's not running so well, then we can line up in a heavy package with tight ends, fullbacks, stuff like that have kind of gone the way of the dodo with some people. Be under center. Very few people are ever under center anymore, but we'll have that as part of our package as well.
What's your breakdown as far as classes are concerned with your players? Freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors?
I have, you know, numerically or just numbers wise, I have a bigger freshman class than I do anything else. So, and that's where we're going to, you know, I've told these 3 seniors and all of my seniors, we're going to turn this thing around. How fast we do it is up to their leadership. But talent-wise, I have a really talented rising freshman group, and the 8th grade group is good as well. So, but we'll just continue to try to build on those numbers until they're where they need to be.
Coach, you talked about having Chelsea coming in for your jamboree.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about your schedule and your region and how that's shaping up for you.
Well, the good news is that we went from 5A to 4A for the next 2 years. The bad news is that we're in the SEC West of 4A. So, you know, you would say on paper, hey, it's going to be easier because we're playing 4A, but it's not. I mean, it's really, and this is no slight on anybody else in our region, but you know, there's obvious 3 teams that are perennially the last 5 to 10 years have been really good, and that's Hanley and Anniston and Jacksonville, and then there's going to be a fight for that 4th spot. And I'm not granting anybody a region title, so we're going to compete for a region championship. But between those 3 teams, they're very talented, have a tremendous coaching staff, and have great tradition, and we're gonna go into every game thinking we're gonna have a game plan to win, and we're gonna win. But it's very tough with those 3, and but we also have a very tough non-region schedule with Alexandria and Sachs, and let me pull up my schedule here. Obviously, we start with Lincoln, and I'm 3-1 against Lincoln, but that last one was one of the worst defeats I've ever had. 99-yard hook and ladder with less than 2 minutes to go in that game to lose that game. And if any of the old timers like myself remember the Alabama game where the player came off the field and tackled the kid, when they caught the curl and did the pitch, the young man for Lincoln came right down the sidelines and tight-roped, and for a second I thought I was going to try to tackle him. But it wouldn't have been good. I'd have been fined. But anyway, so it's a tough schedule, challenging. Love it. Most of the teams that I've coached against, a few of them I have not. The last time I coached against Anderson, they beat us in the playoffs at Fayette County, and very, very talented team that year. We kept it within a 2-score game, and which was a miracle because they were a lot better than us, player for player. But anyway, I hope I answered at least some of your questions. My wife told me not to chase any rabbits, so I'm already doing that.
What's it going to be like when you got to play Munford?
It'll be bittersweet. I saw Dr. Lacey is back here right now supporting Talladega and Talladega County schools. And but have great memories. Have great memories at Munford, and coming from a 6A program in Birmingham, I didn't know quite what to expect at 4A at the time, Munford, but I have great memories, and it will be bittersweet. Those seniors that are there were 8th graders, and so, but when game time comes, it's a region win that we need to win.
Coach, you mentioned accountability and doing little things right. And I want your players to hear this, I never had a chance to tell you that. So I want everybody that's in here to hear what I'm fixing to say. You mentioned accountability and doing little things right. One of the times that me and you played, when I was at Cleveland County, after the ball game, I'm in there, one of my jobs was to count all the footballs. And we had one missing, and it wasn't there. And my assistants are going, well, Coach, you got lost, I don't know, somebody stole it, whatever. 2 weeks later, in the mail, I get a box. And y'all gonna think this is silly, but in the mail, I get a box, and on the top, it's Munford High School, Coach Bill Smith. That football had gotten in their bag, kicking ball, whatever, during the ball game. 99% of the coaches would have took that ball, and it would become a practice ball for them. But he deflated that ball and sent it back to me and said, this is your ball. Somehow it got in my bag. I apologize. I never got to tell you thank you.
I had forgot
That's
that.
big.
Yeah.
And for you players, that's something real small, but he talks about accountability and doing the small things. Well, he proved it to me a long time ago. I'm glad you're back.
Well, thank you, Coach. I've told him this, you know, I hope we get a new weight room soon. But our field house, these guys have bought into this. So we get done with practice, they're sweeping. There's no trash in the floor. They're doing a good job of buying into that accountability. I got seniors taking trash out, and so they've really bought into it. But I've told them the biblical principle, we shouldn't expect anything new or great if we're not doing what we have to do with what we got. And so, but thank you so much, Coach. I forgot about that. I should have sent it back 2 weeks before that.
You should have left the air in.
Yeah, more. That's it.
So, when Munford fans see you this year, will they see a lot of the same offense, defense type formations, or are you a different coach philosophy-wise
Well,
now?
my young offensive coordinator, Anthony Conwell, I coached him at Shades Valley, and we had pretty much the same offense then as I did at Munford. Now, we've changed all the terminology, so all the signals and all the signals and the terminology that we used, we've changed it because it should have been changed a long time ago when you self-scout yourself. Good coaching staffs like at Lincoln, you know, if you're still using the word Mustang for counter tray, they're gonna pick it up. But we changed all of that. So, but it'll be very similar, very similar. Hopefully we can score as many points as we did, especially that first and third year that I was at Munford. We put a lot of points on the board. And then that third year I was at Munford, we led the state most of the year in defensive stats. And we didn't relinquish that till the 10th game of the year. And we were at Cordova, and it was a non-region game. So it's one of those, you got to play it. It's on the schedule. We're ranked in the top 5 in the state, and I had a starter, a defensive end that got put out for the game. And we were up by 3 scores. I took all the starters out. And so, but anyway, I forgot the original question.
You answered it.
Okay.
Coach, tell me about going back to play against some guys that you actually coach with, like the Tyree.
Mm-hmm.
They talk highly of you.
Oh.
And when you called into our show, High School Primetime, I can't speak highly on Buckethead for talking to you. He liked to cry when you called in. That's the love he had for you. But he spoke on that you would make a change anywhere you go.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of putting that ball up there, and that's what the Tyrees think about you.
Well,
so you're gonna have to play against Chandler Tyree.
I am. Daryl LeBeau, Chandler Tyree. I've got Marlon Bush that's at Huffman now. We spoke last night, and so the coaches that I've been able to, they were going to be head coaches anyway, but my coaching tree now, I take as much pride in as I do anything. And so, and like Anthony Conwell, who played for me, you know, it's flattering that he coached 1 year with me at Huffman, and now he's driving back and forth and is coaching with me, and not for me, but with me at Talladega. But thank you so much for telling me that. And Chandler's an awesome young coach. Miles Holcomb in Southside Gadsden, he was my offensive line coach at Crossville. And so he got his first head coaching job with me, and to see what he's doing there, he's gonna do great things. But that flatters me. Thank you.
So, I mean, what changes do you want to make at Talladega?
I want to make some big changes. As Childersburg was speaking earlier, and he talked about the culture of the school. I was a basketball, track, football guy at Russellville, but just to hear a basketball guy talk about the culture and the effect that football has, I saw it at Shades Valley. Football was in bad shape when I first got to Shades Valley. Pep rallies, I asked the principal my first year after the second one, I said, do we have to have pep rallies? I said, it's depressing. And so I want to be able to just change the culture that way, hallways. We're keeping these guys accountable, and these guys made very good grades anyway. But we're going to work on the grades. We're going to work on the hallways, the classrooms, the behavior, the cleanliness of the locker room, and all those things. But we want to see, and Dr. Lee is on board. I mean, as we go forward, I mean, there's big plans for changes to facilities and all those kind of things.
Coach, you have, I'm familiar with the area, so let's talk about how would you keep the kids away from certain things like Curry Court, Westgate. I know you got to go in them areas to get that talent. How do you balance that out?
I'm in Knoxville. I'm in Westgate every day. I pick up kids every day. I take them home. Yesterday is maybe the first day this summer that I hadn't had a text, Coach, I don't have a ride. And so hopefully the community already knows, here comes that crazy ball-headed coach. That's him, leave him alone. But, hey, these guys, my core guys right now, the 32 that I've got right now, it's not that I don't have to worry about them, but they got their heads on straight. There's 10 or 15 more that I might could pick up for the football team, but there's some guys going to have to make some changes if they're going to be a part of it. But extracurricular activities, I was in drama in high school. I was in our dance choir. I haven't danced for these guys yet, but I probably will at a pep rally or something. It'll be funny. But extracurricular activities, I mean, Dr. Lacey and other administrators that are in here and coaches are in here, it's one of the biggest factors to whether a kid graduates or not. The ones that aren't involved in extracurricular, whether it's band, I said hello to our band yesterday. They're already in band camp. So as I was leaving at 6:30, no, it was after 7, they were still on the field. Some of them were coming off the field, and I stopped and waved at them. The band kids at any school are the best kids in the school. If you do look at the GPA, the cumulative GPA, brag on two of our offensive linemen. Offensive linemen, and Coach Short can testify to this. The offensive linemen are your best position group on a football team. I don't care whether it's inner city Birmingham or it's Talladega County. If you look at and part of it, I think that they, from Pee-wees to middle school to high school, a lot of times they haven't been put in front of microphones. They haven't had the limelight. And so I plan on hopefully trying to give them more credit. And because as Alabama has shown in many years in the last few years, offensive and defensive line are where championships are made. Any more questions for these young champions?
I don't know. I think what you don't think about that, what you just said. Because my presumption is that you're one of them guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty big on lime again. The spotlight, like last year when I came. linemen don't get that wow factor. You'll never see a lineman in the paper for a 100-yard drive they just did. You see those skill guys. But letting your team know that your team feel great about what you just did, that's all that we really care about. I know as Javion would say, we don't get that wow factor. I mean, nobody never said, well, who was blocking for him? You know, they just said who ran the ball, who scored. So I always try to get our younger linemen, I even tell them, you might not get the fame, but your players know you did it. Your coach know you did it, so that's all that really matters about it.
Coach, you want to talk about the guys, the big boys that be blocking for you? Is it a quarterback? Are you set with a quarterback, or are you looking for one? How's it going?
Kenny Jackson has won the starting spot at quarterback, and he's a dual threat guy. And if I have my options, I'm going to always have a dual threat guy that can run and throw. And so Kenny has shown leadership. He's improved every day, and so hopefully these guys will help keep him healthy. And so we're going to lean on our offensive line. It's one of our strengths. We've got some really good wide receivers. Chris is going to be going both ways at corner and at slot receiver. I've got Jalen Lawson, a.k.a. Bird, is sitting in the back, and he didn't play last year. He's a 6'5" basketball guy that I'm thanking the good Lord that is on board, going to be a threat for us. But Zay Lyles is a 10th grade running back that I almost brought here, but I can only bring 3, and shown tremendous leadership. He's going to be an excellent running back. So hopefully we can be very balanced, and but very, very pleased with our starters are going to be pretty good. We've just got to keep them healthy and keep it close till we get in that fourth quarter, and hopefully we'll find a way to win some games.
Any further questions?
If there are no further questions, that wraps up this session with the Talladega High School Tigers. Coach, I wish that I had known that you were a singer and a dancer when you were with us in Munford. I might could have tapped into those skills while you were here. Next up, we'll have the Winterboro High School Bulldogs and Coach Skylar Mansfield. Thank you.
Great. What am I going to do now?
Time to visit Brown's Auto Collision.
No problem at all. We've contacted your insurance company and we can get you back into original condition right away. And I just want to remind you that all of our work is covered by a lifetime warranty. We're done.
Wow, that was easy and looks great.
Brown's Auto Collision,
where quality is no accident.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
I was in a car accident. My front tooth cracked. I'm definitely embarrassed to smile. I got mini dental implants. It changed my life because it made me feel like me. Like I can smile and feel like Ashley. I just want to say thank you.
You can be you again with mini dental implants. I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
I'm more than happy. I'm ecstatic.
Sylacauga's best kept secret? No more. Harvey's on Noble is the place to go for the area's best food and drinks. Whether you're in the mood for steak, burgers, salad, seafood, or dessert, Harvey's on Noble will not disappoint, and the atmosphere is perfect for catching the big game or just relaxing after work. Harvey's is open for dinner Wednesday through Saturdays, so round up the family and we'll see you at Harvey's on Noble, downtown Sylacauga.
At Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, they don't sell you cars, they help you buy them. Make the short drive to Sylacauga where vehicles are fairly priced, with no market adjustments or inflated prices. Just vehicles priced fairly, like they should be. Why settle for higher prices and less selection when you can come to Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga and experience the way car buying should be? Tony Sarah Ford on Highway 280 in Sylacauga, or online at sarahsylacauga.com.
We don't sell you cars, we help you buy them.
The Advantage Plus roofing team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
Coosa Valley Medical Center, one of the top 10 hospitals in Alabama, is also Sylacauga's largest employer. Services from the emergency room to surgery to cancer treatment to post-stroke care. You won't believe what's right in your backyard. It's Coosa Valley Medical Center in Sylacauga. So, if you're sick in Alabama, choose one of the top 10 hospitals in Alabama. That is Coosa Valley Medical Center.
Kyle, y'all ready? I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 11th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at the Infield Media Center, the Talladega Superspeedway. I'd like to especially thank the folks from First Bank of Alabama for sponsoring our event once again this year. Next up, we have Coach Skylar Mansfield in the Winterboro High School Bulldogs. Coach Mansfield enters his third year at the helm of the Bulldog program. Today with him, he has DeQuarius Truss, Deontay Smoot, and Peyton Hutton. The Bulldogs open the season against Cedar Bluff on the road on August the 19th. They compete in Class 1A, Region 6.
Coach, just talk about your summer and the young man that you brought with you today.
This summer has been really interesting for us. I've enjoyed these kids. I've enjoyed what we have been able to develop mentally and physically. We have kids getting strong as ever. Their conditioning levels improving, especially losing a bunch of kids that we've lost. Very excited about the process and what's to come. Here to the far right of me is Peyton Hutton. Peyton will be a sophomore. He's our center, who's going to provide a really good opportunity for us to be successful due to what he's done in the summer. Next to him is DeQuarius Truss, who is our alpha, our Mike linebacker in our defense, as well as he's going to do some things for us on offense and probably one of the strongest kids on our team. To my left is Deontay Smoot, our running back / linebacker. We expect big things out of him this year as far as carrying the ball and carrying the load and keep us where we need to be to replace the guys we lost.
Yeah, the guys you lost, Coach. I mean, you've been depending on the same guys. First 2 years, you had a good core. This year seems like a different team. Just talk about the guys you're gonna have to step up this year.
Well, these guys have developed themselves physically and mentally. They played as young kids. You know, even as backup, they have varsity experience. Making the playoffs back to back, these guys was able to get that experience as well. So these guys have games under their belt. They have playing experience. And what they put in the summer, you know, they bought in, and they've really made me super excited for this season. So we're losing a great group of kids, but we're also gaining some kids that have a lot of discipline. They're not as talented as the bunch that we lost, but these guys have figured out that if they work hard and they dedicate themselves and commit to the weight room, that they can have just as much success as those guys that recently graduated.
About year 3, Coach. I mean, what's your expectations and goals for this year?
Well, you know, the expectation is always to do better and improve. I think the way that these guys have worked this summer and what they've sold out to and bought into has really helped them to develop. We went second round of playoffs twice, and, you know, that's the standard right now. We're trying to improve and go further than that. And these kids understand it. You know, the reason I brought these 3 kids is because he haven't missed a summer workout. You know, he's been there every day. He missed one day to go to the dentist. Peyton missed a couple of days to go to a church retreat. So, you know, these guys understand. They got the same mindset that I have. Show up every day, work hard when you're there, and work on yourself and improve yourself. And I think the expectations are set for them to go out and do the things necessary to be better than the bunch before them.
Coach, you talked about the last couple of years playoff, you know, second round and in your third year now. Talk a little bit about your schedule and what you look toward to getting to the playoffs, but also a new 10-week rival this year with Childersburg. Talk about that.
Number one is, you know, you wanna win your opener. You know, we open with Cedar Bluff, former Winterboro head coach, Coach Beckett, who's been a great guy and assisted me to enter this role. So we go there, understanding what our region has transitioned into. Spring Garden is back in the region, and them being a third round team in the playoffs last year, you know, they're gonna be very competitive. But you know, our standards are set to compete with those guys. It's ingrained in our mind of we got to be a tough team. We know they're tough. They lost a lot. We lost a lot. So it's gonna be a matter of who really wants to be a region champ. You know, Wadley while they played for the state championship last year. And they lost a good bit, but they're also a hungry team. We have Childersburg game 10, which I think that's going to be a pretty good rivalry game because, they're less than 10 miles down the road. So, hopefully, we can prepare ourselves for the playoffs, playing them and them being a bigger school. So hopefully our mindset will be to come out and compete as hard as we can, taking that game 10 into the playoffs.
Coach, how many, numbers-wise, what have you got this year? I know as a 1A school, I know you probably, a lot of these guys probably play 2 and 3, maybe even 4 sports. You being a 1A school, you don't have a lot of kids to pick from. How many guys do you think you're going to have when you line up against Cedar Bluff on August 19th? How many do you think you're going to have dressing out that night?
This summer, we've been blessed to have about 26 to show up daily. Probably by the time fall camp starts, hopefully we can be at about 38 to 40. We still have a lot of kids that we're communicating with. Of course, they know that they have to come in and do some things to make up what they've missed, but we've been pretty consistent with our numbers. That's one thing we really do not have a problem with, is the numbers and having enough of practice. And that's very important. The number is very important when you consider what you want to receive out of your practices.
Coach, just talk about that opener. I mean, you're going against a former Winterboro coach. You point out the winningest coach in Winterboro history. I mean, is that something you guys going into that game? Is it more motivation just facing a former coach?
Well, I think it's very important for the kids because that's your former coach. Young men really look up to the coaches, and the coach being the role model. And I think our kids still have a bunch of respect for Coach Beckett and, the way he led the program. I think he was here for 8 years, and he's the winningest coach. So I think the mindset will be different with that being the opener, and you want to win. You want to win your opener, but I think Coach Beckett still have a special place in some of these kids' hearts, and this is going into year 3, and now I'm getting the opportunity to develop kids with a different mindset because year 1, people consider it being somebody else's athletes that you're winning with, and now I actually get an opportunity to put a stamp on what we're trying to build and building these young men up. And I've had these young men for 3 summers, so I feel like we're developing, and some of the things that he's built in the program is kind of wearing off. So now we get to see what we got when we go to Cedar Bluff.
Give us an idea where you're at. Ever since you've been there, I can see every year in friends with you on Facebook, different things that you post on social media. So I know you like social media, but I thank you for that. Give us an idea where you're headed in your facilities, your upgrades that you're doing now, and some of those things that you're doing with your facilities.
Well, one thing I can say is, we've been very blessed to have school administration and our superintendent and everybody that's involved in the process of making sure that Winterboro High School is taken care of. Right now, we're in a situation where we had to, we've been put through some adversity to try to get through our summer workouts. We've been working out pretty well. We just found out today that we have a new field house that's been cleared, and we're trying to get the equipment for it. But it's no big deal because these kids have been through adversity and they know how to make a plan. But I post stuff on social media to promote these guys, and we're still in the old weight room, and these kids work just as hard. It doesn't matter what the facilities are. The kids are going to work hard because they're building the mindset to be champions. But hopefully when the equipment get in, we can move into this facility and provide these kids with the best opportunity to be successful.
Skylar, how many of your kids play for Beckett that are still on your team? Do you know? Just you were talking about that earlier. For the sake of the number.
I know Peyton was Peyton was an 8th grader. He's going to 10th grade. DeQuarius was a 9th grader, and so was Deontay. We have a bunch of 7th and 8th graders coming up, and I don't think those kids was a part of the program, but I would say probably half of the kids was a part of Coach Beckett's regime.
Coach, knowing Coach Beckett like I do, and you as well, how did the game come about? Who called who?
Well, we were both looking for a game, and when we went to Montgomery for a playoff game, you know, we had communication, but we didn't know what region we was going to be in, or if we were staying 1A. But we were both looking for a game, and you know, when you're looking for a game, coaches reach out to each other and talk about the schedule and what's open. And he had the week open, and I had the week open, and you know, the only issue we really had was who's going to travel. So, you know, once we both find out that, you know, that wasn't open, and like you said, who reached out to who, I really don't remember who reached out to who, but I know we both needed a week 0, and it was a great opportunity to. For him to get to see his former players and for us to grow.
And the return games next year, right?
Yes, sir.
You ever been up to Cedar Bluff to coach?
I have never been up to Cedar Bluff to coach. The only thing I've ever did was go to Spring Garden and watch a jamboree in 2006. So it's been a long time since I've been up that way.
That might have been the first time since you left college you even had part of the state.
Well, I've been to Piedmont a couple of times to try to pick Coach Smith's brain, but
Might want to stop again on your way to Cedar Bluff.
Yeah, he'd know a little bit about that place, wouldn't
Yeah, I think you would.
Coach, are we doing any changes this year as far as offense, defense, or pretty much same as you've been for the last 2 years, going into your 3rd year?
well, we're heading in another direction on offense. I plan to take over the offense. You know, I was a high school quarterback, and I ran a wishbone offense, so I'm not very fancy with all the spread stuff. Coach Millard will be our sole defensive coordinator, and he's worked pretty hard to be able to adjust and break down film and scheme for what we need to be successful. But as far as offense, I plan on calling the offense, and Cody Rose will be our special teams coordinator.
that mean wishbone?
Keep guessing. Can't give you everything. You know, we have new personnel and new quarterback coming in, so we lost a lot. So we have to keep people guessing. But what I can tell you is we have a young offensive line that's going to be hungry to go attack people.
What do you think of that? You heard what he just said. Now that's your spot.
I mean, it's true. We do. We want to go far, and I think us being younger, we just have a lot to work on still as a young team.
And Coach, just talk about the new personnel, new quarterback, new running backs. Just talk about what you've seen from them and what's your expectations for them.
Quarterback, we're considering a couple of kids right now. Brandon Hunter been a all kind of basketball player, very athletic. Jamario Clegg, 6'3" sophomore. You know, he can spin it. He can spin it a good bit. We're working on some of his mechanics. As far as quarterback, you know, we lost Jake Travis, very good athlete, very smart kid who's possibly going to walk on to Troy. Jahaslin been in the backfield, over 1,300 yards. Deontay is going to replace him. I think he's up for the challenge. He's been working his tail off in the weight room, and as far as conditioning, he's packed on some muscle. And I think he's ready for the challenge and, you know, the physicality of it. We can move some kids around to fit the needs because we do have kids that have played. Offensive line wise, we lost Devin Jones, but we also have Kyler Griffin coming up as a senior. We have Tyler Keith, who's gotten really strong in the weight room. I don't know if you saw the social media, but he's bench pressing over 245 pounds. Peyton is our center. our left guard, Malachi Thomas, and our left tackle is Caden Ponder, who has lost about 60 pounds, but he has really come along. These kids been to camps. They've been to 4 major camps this summer. Some went to more than 4. And, you know, Ponder is probably going to be our big mauler on the line. He's about 6'2", about 275. He's another kid that benches over 245 and probably squats about 500. So we have some kids that really got in the weight room. As far as a backup running back to Smoot would be Jordan Williams, who will be a senior. Kamarian Curry, be a receiver. Brian Waits has had a really great summer. Braden Waits has had a really great summer. We've had kids that bought into the summer work, and they've done everything necessary to fill those roles. Defensively, we'll probably be as big as we've been in a long time on the defensive line. We'll be very athletic on the offensive line. Secondary-wise, we'll have Tyreek Hampton, senior, coming along with Kamarian Curry, and who's that other corner?
In between Clegg and Kenny.
So Kenny Simmons will be a 9th grader. Very good speed, very great athleticism. We're trying to mold him. Caden Jones will be another one. So we have a bunch of young guys that have playing experience that'll be able to fill in those gaps. So I don't think talent is one thing we'll be hurting for, but, you know, we got to stay disciplined and consistent.
You know, I always ask you get wrestling? Because I know how that much helps football kids.
We have a wrestling mat, and I did put the kids through the test to see if they can handle some of the things that, you know, that wrestling consists of. You know, the lineman really struggles. So, you know, we'll wait to see, you know, how we develop. And, you know, the young guys, the small guys have to have an opportunity to do something because everybody can't play basketball. We have not. And, you know, the state gives you the opportunity to do a wrestling program without competing in the championship. So it's definitely something that we'll consider.
Coach, I'm curious, you mentioned that you were going to have to change some things up this year because of personnel. As a coach, is that fun or is it frustrating?
Well, the one thing you consider is the personnel and how to simplify. And I think some of the things that we've implemented has made it very simple for our athletes to play more aggressive. We'll be pretty big on the offensive line, so we really want to give those guys an opportunity to catch angles and wall off some guys from penetrating and getting in our backfield.
Any additional questions? Okay, if there are no further questions, we want to thank Coach Skylar Mansfield and his player representatives from Winterboro High School. Wish you guys the best of luck this season. Next up at the 11th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day, we have Coach Michael Easley and the Munford High School Lions.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned, and with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years, federally insured by the NCUA.
At Sarah Honda in Sylacauga, they don't sell you cars, they help you buy them. Make the short drive to Sylacauga, where vehicles are fairly priced with no market adjustments or inflated prices. Just vehicles priced fairly, like they should be. Why settle for higher prices and less selection when you can go to Sarah Honda in Sylacauga? Leave the price gouging behind and experience the way car buying should be. Sarah Honda, Highway 280 in Sylacauga, online at sarahsylacauga.com.
We don't sell you cars, we help you buy them.
Marble City Pharmacy in Sylacauga is your destination for the highest quality health care.
Our knowledgeable pharmacists are always available for questions about your medications or advice on taking over-the-counter products and supplements. Our friendly staff can assist you in choosing from our full lines of compression hose and medical equipment. And don't forget our gift department. We have a great selection of unique gifts for every occasion. Stop by and see us today. Marble City Pharmacy, here for life.
The Advantage Plus roofing team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
It's the Credit Union Sale happening now at Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga. Inflation has rates going up. But Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga has rates as low as 1.9% on newer used vehicles. Drive a nicer, newer vehicle for less at Sarah Nissan and make no payments for 90 days. This weekend only. This weekend only. Secure one of only 20 low-rate vouchers now at Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga. 1.9% APR financing for 48 months. Must finance through Dealer Preferred Network or lenders with credit approval.
Great. What am I going to do now?
Time to visit Brown's Auto Collision.
No problem at all. We've contacted your insurance company and we can get you back into original condition right away. And I just want to remind you that all of our work is covered by a lifetime warranty. We're done.
Wow, that was easy and looks great.
Brown's Auto Collision.
Where quality is no accident.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
I was in a car accident. My front tooth cracked. It definitely embarrassed a smile. I got mini dental implants. It changed my life because it made me feel like me. Like I can smile and feel like Ashley. I just want to say thank you.
You can be you again with mini dental implants. I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
I'm more than happy. I'm ecstatic.
Sylacauga's best kept secret? No more. Harvey's on Noble is the place to go for the area's best food and drinks. Whether you're in the mood for steak, burgers, salad, seafood, or dessert, Harvey's own Noble will not disappoint, and the atmosphere is perfect for catching the big game or just relaxing after work. Harvey's is open for dinner Wednesday through Saturdays, so round up the family and we'll see you at Harvey's on Noble, downtown Sylacauga.
At Tony Serra Ford in Sylacauga, they don't sell you cars, they help you buy them. Make the short drive to Sylacauga where vehicles are fairly priced, with no market adjustments or inflated prices. Just vehicles priced fairly, like they should be. Why settle for higher prices and less selection when you can come to Tony Serra Ford in Sylacauga and experience the way car buying should be? Tony Serra Ford on Highway 280 in Sylacauga, or online at sarahsylacauga.com.
We don't sell you cars, we help you buy them.
The Advantage Plus roofing team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
Coosa Valley Medical Center, one of the top 10 hospitals in Alabama, is also Sylacauga's largest employer. Services from the emergency room to surgery to cancer treatment to post-stroke care. You won't believe what's right in your backyard. It's Coosa Valley Medical Center in Sylacauga. So, if you're sick in Alabama, choose one of the top 10 hospitals in Alabama. That is Coosa Valley Medical Center.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 11th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day in the Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have Coach Michael Easley and the Munford High School Lions. Coach Easley enters his 4th season at the helm at Munford High School, and with him today, he has Riley Brown, Sylvester Smith, Javion White, and the Munford Lions will open the season at Childersburg on August the 19th. They compete in Class 4A, Region 4.
The SEC West of 4A.
Very tough. Very tough.
What they say before.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll open up. We're obviously happy to be here. We enjoy getting to come to this every year. The media and Mr. Hill does such a good job putting this on, so we're happy to be here. I'll start talking about the guys that are with me. Of course, Riley on the end. Of course, all three are seniors, but Riley he's a multi-sport guy for us. I think he was our top pitcher this year. Had a real good year for us last year on the football field because he was playing about 7 different spots. So when the injury bug hit, I think he ended up literally playing about 4 different spots on offense for us and 2 different ones on defense. So excited to hopefully let him get settled in. And I say all that because we've moved him around, I think, three different spots this morning on offense. So, of course, Sylvester, he started for us since his 9th grade year. I think he stepped in Game 4 his 9th grade year. I can't remember who we were playing. Who was your first start? It was Game 4. I know it was Game 4. Center Point. That's a tough first game. He stepped in as a starter his 9th grade year. Week 4, had a good year for us, and of course was All-State as a sophomore. Last year I think it was the first quarter of the 2nd game of the year, turned his ankle, and I think that was the last time he was healthy. He played 1 game all year long, and that was the first one that he got to play healthy. So we're looking for him to have a big year. Of course, he'll leave us in December. He's gotten some credits knocked out this summer. He's going to graduate in December and head up to Tennessee during the early signing period. Javion on the end here. We're excited about seeing him this year just because this is probably the first year he's been healthy since his 9th grade year. He tore his ACL his 10th grade year pretty early in the year. And, just the combination with COVID and not getting to do some stuff every day. And then, just multi-factors of trying to rehab a tough injury. Probably played, truthfully, it was about 80% all year. It was clear, but it was about 80% of what we saw him even as a ninth grader or even early in the years, 10th grade years. So we're excited to see him get back and hopefully full speed. Of course, all three of these guys, they've got to start and play for us both ways, and you'll probably see all three of them all over the field for us on both sides of the ball.
Does the playoff drought start to wear on you a little bit?
That's always frustrating. You've talked about that before. We always want our standard to be the playoffs. That's what we're going for. Some years you're going to be in tougher regions than other years. Last year was tough for us. We felt like we were a playoff team coming out. I know we talked at the end of the summer last year. We thought we were a playoff team coming out of the summer. Maybe not the best team in the region, but we thought we were a playoff team. And I think those first 2 weeks hit with COVID, and I can remember having to call kids to the gym just to count, see if we had enough to play. And so that was tough. And then I think the very next week we played Hanley. That was the first half was the last time we had a full team on the field as far as health wise. And so we had some injuries that game and early second half, and we were never healthy again. So it is something you think about, because at the end of the day, that's what we're going out there for every year. And I don't care how young you are or how inexperienced you are, because I never want to make excuses. But that needs to be your goal every year. And you don't have to win all of them, but you got to find a way to win enough to get you in one of those spots. So every year, absolutely, that's our goal, playoffs.
Coach, do you guys do something different this year to try to prepare to try to prevent these injuries that you had last year?
Well, I'll tell you, the biggest thing was just getting to getting to do our entire strength and conditioning program. You think about going back, and I know other schools dealt with it too, but you go back to when we got out of school that year thinking we were going to be out for 2 or 3 weeks due to COVID, and we never came back. And we lost 3 months of lifting there. We were very careful during that summer because, we had to cut down a little bit of what we were doing. And then, going in the next year, we were one of the few school systems that got to stay in school all year long. But even just, we stayed on a blended schedule. So not that we missed a lot that year, but we weren't seeing them every day throughout the year. And I think just being able to get a 5-day a week from really I think they came back the spring, after spring break, that COVID year. Just from that point on to, what is this, July the 27th, to now, of getting on a, whether it's a 3-day week or a 4-day week or a 5-day week, getting to do that, I think will help injury-wise. And some of our injuries last year, I did, you look at it and you say, yeah, that kid's lost so much time, but other schools dealt with it too now. I mean, every school had to deal with it, but there were some injuries we saw, and we thought, if the last 18 months wouldn't have been so crazy, maybe that injury doesn't happen. But, like I said, other schools had to deal with that too. But we do feel a lot more confident in just getting to do a weekly strength and conditioning program throughout the year and be able to build in the correct off time and the correct recovery time and being able to build on top of it. We do feel like that's going to help with injuries this year.
Coach, I'd like for you to speak on your schedule, but week 0 you come to Childersburg, and of course, talk about how that game came about with Coach Johnny Johnson, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that week maybe you two guys are only 2 Talladega County teams playing each other. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. So we scheduled time, and I kind of talked to Coach Johnson. We played last spring in the spring game. We had 3 other teams come in, so we had a 4-team spring jamboree, and we had played them for a half there. And I told him, I said, look, when it comes around to scheduling, let's think about playing. And I didn't really care where we played them, but I thought it would be, with them being in county, we're closer to the same size than some of the other schools, for us in the county. So I thought it would be a good match. I knew we were losing a lot. I told him, I said, we're going to lose about 13 seniors and all of them, most every one of them start. So, and I knew he had kind of taken a group and started a lot of young guys early in his years. So I just told him, I was like, hey, let's just think about it. So I don't know, scheduling is not fun. And so we go to that week and alignment, it's like Christmas Day. I mean, there's coaches all over the state. When that alignment came out, we got, of course, I pulled the big screen in the gym, pull it up, and I think it was John Holder was releasing all the alignments and stuff. And, you know, and I think for the next 3 days, I stayed on my phone more than I did anything else, just trying to get schedules wrapped up. But he texted me back a couple days later and he said, yeah, let's do 0. And I was fine with it. So, you know, it's an in-county game. I don't even remember, just because I don't know a lot about the history of schedules. I don't know when the last time Munford and Childersburg has played in a regular season game. So I just 17. So I just thought it would be a good one. He did too. And of course, me and him were a lot alike, because we were both head football, head basketball coach up until I just recently gave up basketball this summer. But me and him got a lot of mindset the same. I just thought it would be a good, it'd be a good matchup for both of us, and our programs are kind of in the same place. So I thought it'd be a good, good early season matchup. It worked out, and I was glad it did.
Well, for the players, would you kind of speak to how important, what would it mean to your careers to finally get them, if you were able to get in the playoffs this year? Because that's kind of like the blemish, or not the blemish, that's the missing piece on some of the things that you'll have done. And, we talked about how long, not long it's been, but not a year time plan. So how important is it to you for your whole picture to make the playoffs? And each of the players, if they would address that.
Young, go ahead and start, bro.
Well, we've kind of started making that the standard in baseball of making the playoffs, and we're trying to make it the standard in football now, too.
Obviously, it would mean a lot to me to make the playoffs. I feel like ever since I was a ninth grader, we just been like so close, And I definitely feel like last year was one of those years like it was just almost like definitely like, yeah, we're gonna go to the playoffs. Like Coach said, like the injury bug. It was real. Everybody went down. So I feel strong about this team. We got a bunch of guys who work hard. So it would mean a lot to me to go out with a bang and get to the playoffs.
I feel good about it with our players now that we have, like upcoming freshmen, 10th graders. They've been working good. Even our 9th grade year, we could have went to the playoffs, but it was a last minute thing with Sylacauga. They hit like a 54 yard, and that kind of ended us right there.
Does it feel empty that it hadn't happened in the time you all have been playing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I think that's like what kind of like keeps us going. Us as seniors, we all been playing. So like just knowing, like waking up every day, coming to the playoffs, and knowing like I've been here 4 years and 3 years haven't been to the playoffs. So for me, it definitely made me flip the switch and think differently. Made me lead the guys, because I haven't been to the playoffs, but I believe I know what it takes. So we all been working hard, and everybody definitely has the same goal.
And I think that's the big thing is anybody can say you want to go to the playoffs. Okay, I think everybody does, but are you going to go in and put the work in to do it? And that's one thing. I'll give this team credit, and they've come out from day one. Summer workouts, and we didn't do a spring this year, so we could start this week earlier. And not saying that's the answer every year. I just thought it was best for us this year. But we get 2 hours a week during the off season, so we just planned our. We got. I think we started in late February. On Wednesdays, all our guys that wasn't in another sport, we met for 2 hours, and we just kind of did a 2 hour. We worked a little bit of everything, but. I go back to those days. Kids are out there working like it was in season, and so this group works hard. I'll give them credit. It's probably the most youthful and inexperienced group I've ever coached, and I go back to my assistant days in the early Sachs years when Clint Smith was a coach. We had some young teams then, but this is one of the most inexperienced teams I've ever put on the field, but it's honestly one of the most hardest working teams I've ever been a part of. And we've had some guys come out that wasn't playing football the last couple of years or hasn't played football before. That's going to be able to help us. And it's going to take them some time to get used to it. Just learning how to play full speed and actually learning what they're supposed to be doing. But we love like showing up and working every day. That's what this bunch does, and we enjoy being around the group as a whole. And, we can't ask for anything else from a work ethic standpoint right now because they're getting after it. Might not know what they're doing at times, but they're getting after it.
This thought just struck me, and I don't know if this is a fair kind of question to ask you or if you need an answer, I know the 3A league that Sachs was in got busted up by the reclassifications, okay? But when it was together, it was one of the strongest in the state.
Right.
You know that by experience. When it was at its strength, the league that you're in now is really, really, really good. I know one's 4A, one was 3A, but is it comparable? Is your 4A region that you're in now stronger, tighter than what that 3A used to be? Because they're both really, really good.
It all depends. Yeah, that's fair. It always depends on the year. I mean, you can sit there one year and have a really strong region in the state and, pick a year, but that next year, even though it still might be a tough region, it might not compare to one class up or one class down. I think this year's region, of course, that 3A region you're talking about last year, they probably had 3 different teams that were good enough to win a state championship in that region. It's really the same with ours. I mean, if you just look at our region this year and what Hanley's bringing back and what Anniston's bringing back and what Jacksonville's bringing back, find me a 4A team, north, south, I don't care where you go in the state, find me a 4A team that can run through all 3 of those teams on a schedule. Put them together, space them out, wherever. That's pretty tough because you're talking about, you just look at if you just break down and look at the region, and that's no disrespect to any team I didn't mention, but those 3 just stand out athletically. You look at Anniston, there's not a team with more talent in the state in 4A, possibly even 5A, than Anniston. Hanley is Hanley. I mean, you look at them every year, and it's like a cookie cutter. I mean, it looks like they cut their team out of dough and placed it out there because they look the same every year. Jacksonville's got one of the best quarterbacks in the state. Period. He's going to be a junior. And of course they got good skill too. So, to look back on the schedule and say we got those 3 teams and we got to beat all 3 of them, that's going to be hard for anybody. And so it's tough this year. And like I said, it all depends. Our region was really good last year. There was at least one good football team that got through the year that was still a good football team at the end of the year that didn't make the playoffs in ours last year. So, I mean, you look at what Cherokee County did in the first round. So it's tough, and I know it don't touch that 7A SEC, and we talk about the 7A SEC region. I know it don't touch that as a whole, but when you look at it on a 4A level, man, it's really good.
And then when the players address how fun it is to play in a league like that, I mean, you got to compete against them and whatever the success rate is, but how good those teams are. Is it fun for you to play in a league like that in the times that you've been here? Go ahead, each of the guys talk about that, if they even think about that kind of stuff.
It does. It makes you truly work harder, like every each and day, knowing you got to go up against that level of competition and just push your teammates harder and harder.
It's fun to me because I know most of those guys. I grew up with most of those guys, so getting to go out on a Friday night and play against them, it's fun. It makes you a lot better and look at things a lot differently.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I love to compete, so that's all I really want out of those guys too.
I think that's the biggest thing. It makes you raise your level of play, or you're gonna get left behind. And you should be able to look at that in any sport. And because I talk to these guys all the time. I mean, we've got guys some week that I'll tell them, hey, the guy you're responsible for covering, or the guy you're responsible for blocking, he's a lot bigger than you. He's a lot faster than you. You've got to find a way though to compete every play and find a way to beat the guy. I know you're not going to beat him every rep, but you got to win some battles. But you got to fight and find a way to do it. So, it should raise your level of play some. I remember some of the years we played in high school. We got to see some really good teams, and we were fortunate to have some good teams ourselves. But we faced some really good players over the year, and if you didn't raise your level of competition, those old Clay County teams. I say that Coach Short's sitting back there, and I think he's stretching out his shirt right now just from remembering those. But if you didn't raise your level of play, you're going to get left behind quick. And so it's just and it's like that in every sport though. So you got to go out there and compete. That's the big thing. We try to teach our kids go compete. Don't care about whatever the situation is. We don't care about it. Let's just go compete.
Coach, the positive side of this whole thing about the region you're in, mentioned bringing out the screen back there when they was doing the reveal show. And, you know, the thing as a coach you got to do first, all my team just saw who were fixing to play. All of them say one. But the positive side of that is you're in such a tough region is if you can get in the playoffs.
Yes.
If you find a way to get in, then you've got a great opportunity to go deep in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Because of the competition you played every week. So that's going to be your positive side of it. That you're, hey guys,
absolutely.
There's a positive play in this. You know, most society thinks they want to go negative. They think the negative side of it. It needs to be the positive side of it. And that's the positive side. If you can win in that league, you can win in any league.
That's exactly right. I remember you talking about that as a head coach years ago, talking about just because you like to play you like to have good teams, you know, in your non-region because it got you ready for playoffs. You wasn't really worried about when you wanted to win, but I can remember you making the comment. I mean, as long as we get better out of it and it prepares us for the playoffs, we're good. We get something out of it. So, yeah, if you go back and look at what just the 4 seed has done and how they played the last couple of years just out of our region, it'll give you a good idea about how strong it's been. So,
Even though they got to go to Mobile.
yeah, make that 5-hour trip down there, but it's just good football. And, you know, we've talked about it for years, and this area, and I talk about the Northeast Alabama, you know, there's about 4 or 5 counties that we're talking about, but there's some good football in that area or in this area. So, you know, it definitely sets you up to, hey, if we can get in, there's nothing we're going to play that we haven't already seen. So, yeah, that's a good point.
Mike, what was the biggest contributing factor last year to 340 points on defense?
I would say the biggest thing was injuries. You know, we were going out there, and that's what we talked about. And I felt, you know, I remember talking to our DC sometimes. We're sitting there trying to piece together 11 guys in game sometimes. And, you know, they'll run something, and we couldn't stop it. And he would look at me sometimes and say, do you have any suggestions? And I'm like, Coach, when the kid that you've got out there, and sometimes we're freshmen, you know, the kids you got out there, the guy he's trying to cover, he's not going to be able to cover him ever, you know, because he's 3 years older than him and he can run whatever. There's nothing you can do about it. He's got to keep competing, but there's nothing you can do about it sometimes. And when injuries start setting in, and that was the big thing we talked about during the off season, not just having some kids out there, and I felt bad at times because we were putting kids on the field that weren't ready. But we didn't have a choice. I mean, I can remember one time we go in at halftime of a game, and there's 7 guys that played the first half that they're pulling shoulder pads off of and saying, hey, Coach, he can't go anymore for the second half. And that's tough. That's tough. And not only that is you start taking guys away. Well, now you cut down on what you can run, because it'd be nice to be able to prepare 22 or 33 guys to play defense or offense every week, but you can't do that at this level because you also have your time constraints on practice and stuff like that. So I would say injuries were the biggest thing. And like I said, there were so many games. We had guys out there playing not close to full speed, but they had to go. I mean, this right here will tell you there's times where I told him all week long, you are not going to play. And, you know, he's coming to me in the week, just please let me try to warm up and just see. And he'd get out there during warm-ups, and that adrenaline got flowing, you know, crowd's there, and band's going, and adrenaline got flowing. And he's like, Coach, I can go. And then midway first quarter, when that adrenaline starts coming back down, he starts limping. And he wasn't the only one. We had several kids trying to play through, they were hurting, trying to play through stuff. And, you know, at the end of the day, if you're not 100%, then it's going to be hard sometimes, especially the teams we were playing. So, yeah, I'd say that was the biggest thing. And like I said, I felt bad. I felt bad for some of the kids that had to go out there at times because it just wasn't fair, because there was a couple of them that they were put in positions they weren't ready for. But it got to the point where healthy bodies, we needed healthy bodies on the field.
So basically, I know you're going to Tennessee, and I probably expect to play defense, but this season for Munford, how much of an offensive force do you expect to be?
I expect, the way we've been practicing to really play around everywhere. I mean, there really won't be kind of a set position, but I'll be getting the ball in space, just playing everywhere, just being a team player, just wherever coach needs to play, I'm there.
So you expect to have to carry a pretty heavy load on offense?
Yes, sir. I expect to carry a heavy load. I mean, that's really been expected of me ever since my 9th grade year. So I don't look at it as different, you know, just get myself physically and mentally ready to do it, you know.
Just talk about this year. I know last year didn't go as the way you wanted to. You were injured. But it seemed like you're a little bit more. You got high motivation for this year than you last year.
You know, it may sound weird, but the way I look at it, me getting injured was one of the best things that, you know, I feel like personally, mentally that happened to me, you know. Of course, being a guy who has a bunch of scholarship offers, you know, just getting up there and I kind of just I needed to be humbled, you know. And, I mean, when it happened, you know, just look at things a different way. I learned how to be a leader again off the field and leading those guys who's on the field, you know. So it's really just working and get back in the weight room, just training and just getting ready, you know. I feel like right now I'm physically ready and mentally ready. I'm just ready to play, you know. I'm tired of the drought.
Feel like you got a target on your back since you're going to Tennessee?
Of course, I feel like, yes, I do. But, you know, I don't look at it no different. You're just ready to go play football.
I think we were saying I didn't humble him enough, so we'll work on that tomorrow in practice.
Coach, I've got a last year and a this year question for you. How, you know, being from the area, everybody knows how big the Lincoln Munford game is. How bad did that hurt?
Well, I hated it for our kids. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I've been, you know, and I really do, like the first 2 years, I was really happy for our community. And I know me and you talked about it after the first year. I was really happy for our community because they take a lot of pride in that game. But I really felt bad for our kids because I can remember looking out there one time, and we, you know, like I said, we had some injuries, but I look out there one time, and I think we had 6 freshmen on the field, and they scored. And one of the assistant coaches turned around, he said, "Should I not have put all those freshmen on the field?" And I said, "Well, who else you gonna put, Coach?" And I said, "No." I said, "The answer is no." But I understood. I mean, you know, I just hated it for the kids. I mean, it's at the end of the day, this ain't about me. This ain't about coaches. This is about the kids. And I just, you know, yeah, wins and losses bother us probably more than a lot of people know because we take a lot of stuff home with us. But at the end of the day, it's not about me. I hated it for the kids. But you're also talking about a team that was really good last year. Coach Zedeker had a really good team. They did a really good job with them. You know, we've talked about this a little bit. I know me and Al's talked about this. They're growing they're growing so much there. And I was joking with somebody, but it was kind of true. You know, there was a lot of truth in it. You know, it was almost like playing Oxford when I was playing them last year because they were kind of closer to Oxford. I think they had like 97 kids and they're out for their spring. They're kind of closer to Oxford than we were to them. You know, just because of the way, and that of course that community's growing big. So, like I said, at the end of the day, for me, yeah, there's not a loss that doesn't bother me, but I genuinely hated it for the kids last year because we were just outmatched from the beginning and banged up, and I think that was the game. I had like 6 guys at halftime or 7, whatever it was. Take off. Trainer was like, "Hey, he's done for the game. He's done for the game. He's done for the game. He's done for the game." So.
And my this year question is, in looking at your schedule, I'm curious as to how much week to week your thought process might change as to how you approach games based on jockeying for that playoff spot. Because Anniston's an opportunity at home early, but then you've got Talladega on the road the next week is one that you probably can't afford to lose if you're playoff bound.
Right.
So how do you approach that?
I'll be honest with you. The next game is the most important. I don't care if we got guys hurt. I don't care if I don't care what the situation is as far as region standings go. The next game's the most important. And every Sunday when we sit down there, when we get up to school, we're not game planning to get through a game. We're game planning to win a game. And it's not always going to happen, you know, but I will not look ahead, you know, and I can remember when I was assistant, you know, it'd get towards the end of the year and everybody started wanting to look at playoffs and who crosses who, and I wouldn't until we locked it up, I wouldn't even look at it. I wouldn't even think about it or talk about it. But I think that, you know, you just can't have the mentality of, we might want to save this for this or this for this. We got to go win the next game because we've seen, you know, y'all know how this sport is. Sport's crazy. And we've seen some teams that probably shouldn't be on the field with the team across from them. And we've seen them upset them. And so we're going to go out there. We're going to go out there every week to win. Now, I would be lying if I hadn't said I'm in the third or fourth quarter of a game and it's kind of over, and I thought I'm going to save that for, we could probably hit a big play here, but it's not going to help us win this game. I'll save it for the next week. I've been guilty of that before as a play caller, and I'd be lying if I didn't say, well, we pulled a kid, maybe a starter, to just arrest him a little bit more because the game was kind of out of hand at that point. But overall, going in, hey, we're trying to go win. Go find a way. That's what I tell our kids all the time. Find a way. Find a way to beat the guy across from you. Find a way to help your team win, move the ball or stop somebody. Find a way to win this quarter. Find a way to win first half, and then find a way to win 4 quarters. So I try not to get ahead.
Coach, I know you said when you talked to Coach Johnson about trying to set up the game with Childersburg, you said something about, I think you said you lost 13 players from last year's team, I guess were seniors. What does this year's team look like, senior-wise on down?
It's a small class. We've got 7 seniors. They were actually with me as 9th graders, and so they were a small class as 9th graders. And I think we've only lost 1 or 2. I think we lost 2 in that class from when that year they were 9th graders. But it's a small class. We lost. I think I counted it up because we had one starter who had their family had just moved, and. So essentially, we lost like 14 starters, and some of those started both sides of the ball. So I think coming back, we've got 3 guys that started on offense, and I think we had like 4 on defense. But we had so many guys play in certain spots that you can make an argument. Yeah, they weren't a starter last year, but they got a lot of playing time. But overall, it's going to be an inexperienced team. But like total wise, we are a couple. I think maybe 2. Under the whole difference in about 2 players from last year's, as far as roster from top to bottom. And of course, our requirement's pretty tough. So we lose a kid here and there, whatever. And of course, I was talking to Mr. Hill about it earlier. There's a helmet, and if you hadn't talked to coaches in the last month or 2, there's a helmet shortage in the country. So everybody's sitting there saying, well, if I'm down a little bit this year, numbers-wise, it's not a bad thing because I don't have enough helmets. So that's been kind of the thing. There's been people calling from Notre Dame to Jacksonville trying to find helmets from everywhere. So, but overall, we're looking at about the same number. There's not much difference at all in the roster. I think 2 total, just inexperience.
Going back to your question about always looking for a way to win, I like to ask you about this, so I'll go ahead and ask it for the first time this season. But you're down 1 or 2, you got 1 second on the clock, you got a 40-yard field goal to win it. Does Dakota kick it this year?
Absolutely. Okay. Put him out there. Now, I don't know what his daddy's going to say about that. His daddy may be a little nervous about it, but he's sitting there shaking his head. Yes, absolutely. It would all depend. I'm a big – I try to put kids in good positions. That's always fair. Like I go back, one of these guys mentioned the 54-yard field goal Sylacauga hit. Kudos to the coach, that put him out there. I would not have put a kid out there to hit a 54-yard if my playoffs were on the line, and he did, and the kid hit it, and hey, kudos to him. But some of it all still depends on you got weather conditions. You got to look at whether the ball's on which hash the ball's on. So all that factors in, and we've always got an idea. The last thing I do. During a pregame sometimes is I make sure where Dakota looks comfortable from. If it's something where that thing starts getting back a little bit more and I don't feel like he looks comfortable in his approach, then we kind of always talk to Coach Tothrow, our special teams coordinator, and say, what do you feel good about? So we always have an idea going into a game from this point in, hey, we'll put him out there. And so but yeah, 40-yarder this year, absolutely. I'm going to put him out there. And 2, he's done it for a year. Last year, first-year player, I wouldn't have done that to him. This year, because I know he can handle it, I'm going to put him out. I don't care, hit it or miss it. I know he can handle it mentally. So, yeah, absolutely. I put him out there. And because, like I said, he had a really good year for us last year. And I joke around with people, football's his 5th best sport. And so but he came out and did a really good job for us. So I'll put him out there this year.
If there are no more questions for Coach Easley and the Munford Lions, we will wish them best luck this season. Good luck, guys. Next up, we have Coach Adam Fawcett and the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned, and with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years, federally insured by the NCUA.
At Sarah Honda in Sylacauga, they don't sell you cars, they help you buy them. Make the short drive to Sylacauga, where vehicles are fairly priced with no market adjustments or inflated prices. Just vehicles priced fairly, like they should be. Why settle for higher prices and less selection when you can go to Sarah Honda in Sylacauga? Leave the price gouging behind and experience the way car buying should be. Sarah Honda, Highway 280 in Sylacauga, online at sarahsylacauga.com.
We don't sell you cars, we help you buy them.
Marble City Pharmacy in Sylacauga is your destination for the highest quality health care. Our knowledgeable pharmacists are always available for questions about your medications or advice on taking over-the-counter products and supplements. Our friendly staff can assist you in choosing from our full lines of compression hose and medical equipment. And don't forget our gift department. We have a great selection of unique gifts for every occasion. Stop by and see us today. Marble City Pharmacy, here for life.
The Advantage Plus roofing team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
It's the Credit Union Sale happening now at Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga. Inflation has rates going up. But Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga has rates as low as 1.9% on new or used vehicles. Drive a nicer, newer vehicle for less at Sarah Nissan and make no payments for 90 days. This weekend only. This weekend only. Secure one of only 20 low-rate vouchers now at Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga. 1.9% APR financing for 48 months. Must finance through Dealer Preferred Network or lenders with credit approval.
Great. What am I going to do now?
Time to visit Brown's Auto Collision.
No problem at all. We've contacted your insurance company and we can get you back into original condition right away. And I just want to remind you that all of our work is covered by a lifetime warranty. We're done.
Wow, that was easy and looks great.
Brown's Auto Collision.
Where quality is no accident.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
All right, we're left. Let's go.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 11th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day at the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have Coach Adam Fawcett and the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers. Representing the Tigers today, we have Brandon Blankenship, Zach Carpenter, and Devin Harvey. The Tigers are coming off a 10-3 2021 season where they reached the quarterfinals and lost to the eventual state champions. They compete in Class 2A Region 4 and open the season at Dadeville on Thursday night, August the 18th.
Coach, just talk about your summer and the young men that you brought with you today.
Summer's been very busy as usual. I think we're busier during the summer than we are during the school year. So, being able to come in and have workouts and also we had the summer food program, so that helped us out a ton. These guys and our female athletes all got breakfast and lunch every day through the month of June, and that fuels the guys and helps us with attendance, to be honest with you. The guys I brought with me today, Zach and Brandon, have they've been with me since I've been here. Started off as little young bucks, and now they're seniors. These guys are hard workers. They are dedicated to the team. They're big leaders for our team, and if something needs to be done, I go to these guys and say, hey, this needs to be done, and they get it done. So both of them are very proud to be at Comer. They're very proud to be Comer Tigers. Brandon is probably one of the proudest. I don't know if Brandon probably wears more Comer stuff than I do, and I wear Comer stuff all the time. So but these two guys will be seniors this year. And then Devin Harvey on the end. Devin was around as a youngster too. Devin will be a junior, and he has grown up immensely. He's matured. I remember Devin as a 7th grader, and I thought I was going to wring his neck, but Devin has really grown up. He's matured into a great athlete for us. He's got some big shoes to fill this year. As going into fall camp, he will be our starting quarterback. Obviously, Devontae is graduated and gone, but Devin's got some big shoes to fill in that, and he's done a good job over the summer and working to get better.
Coach, this is your 3rd stop in Talladega County. You've been successful at Winterboro, Childersburg, and now glad to be in Comer. And going into this season, now there's expectations. And when you took over at Comer, they had 13 football players. Talk a little bit about the pride that brings to you as your coaching staff and the job that y'all been able to do, and talk about the schedule upcoming this season, especially starting out with, in the Jamboree against Silicon.
I think, upon my arrival and getting here, and I've kind of told this story a couple times, but on my arrival, I think two broken people met. I think that we had a broken program, and I was kind of a broken person as a coach, coming off of a 2-18 stint at a 7A high school. So I think we both helped each other kind of out of the depths of sorrows and apathy. So all of that, again, everything's about life skills and learning, and you would be remiss to not say, I don't have that opportunity to be at Comer without doing without being the person I was and doing the right things previous to that, and being at Winterboro and at Childersburg, and then leaving the county to do that the right way and to be professional about that. And it speaks a lot about the administration and Dr. Lacey to allow me to come back in and say, they could have shut the door and said, you left, you thought the grass was greener, you left. And but I feel like doing things the right way and being professional when that happened allowed me the opportunity to come back. So, but it has changed so much. You go from the 13 players, you go from playing sacks and homecoming before Labor Day. I know we've mentioned that before. To playing 5 homecomings in the season, to now you're 9-2, 10-3. If you look at, and we have people in our community, people that have forgotten this already, because they, I'm still catching flack for the quarterfinal game. Like, Coach, you could have done this and you could have done that. Yeah, I know, okay, but to look at BB Comer football and say, hey, they're 19-5 in the past 2 years. That's impressive. I mean, that's 10 wins last year for only the 2nd time in the history of the school. After the whole, after I had time to get over the quarterfinal loss and look at the body of work that we've done, I was pleased with the body of work. Do you want that back? Do you want, do you want to call it differently? Do you want to do some things differently? Yeah, but that's not reality. You know, reality is you're not going to have that chance to get that play over again or to have that opportunity again. So you look at the reality of it, and the reality of it was, hey, we had a great season, 10-3. Now, looking forward, the reality is all that's in the past. So now we move on to this season.
Coach, I know you chose, correct me if I'm wrong, but you chose not to do spring training this year. First of all, about that, and then I'd like for the players to kind of talk about what it was like not having spring training. I'm an old guy, so when we went spring training, it was awful. I'll just tell you. But it's changed a lot over the years, and it's evolved into something that's a little bit different now than it used to be. But a little bit about how you went about deciding that, and then guys, the players, what it was like maybe not having spring training.
You know, I feel like a lot of coaches are trending in that direction. And in making that decision, there's a lot of coaches that I spoke to and talked to. For us, when you're talking a smaller school, we're a 2A school, a lot of your kids are doing other sports anyway. We're doing baseball. A lot of our football guys do track. So I felt like, you know, the opportunity to start early over the opportunity to hustle and bustle to get 10 days in. And if you're coming off track and you're coming off baseball and you've played, most of our kids are multi-sport athletes, you know, all three of these guys played football, turned around and played basketball, and then Devin and Zach did track for me. They have had 0 time off. So the last thing I want to do is put them in a situation where we got to go out and cram 9 practices in and then go play somebody and not really be ready. So I felt like that was the best thing for us. In lieu of spring, we just had workouts. So we had after school workouts, and we hammered them hard on that. It was almost like mat drills. You know, we did a lot of conditioning, a lot of physical, and that was more so. That, again, I know most of the kids and what they're capable of. That was more so just to get them to have them after school and know where they are. You know, there's so many things out there that kids can get into now. If I can keep them for 2 hours for workouts, then I'll keep them, and not only are they getting better, but I know where they are for 2 extra hours. It's your turn.
I feel like it's just, like Coach Foster said, going from track and basketball to just football, I didn't have no time to rest, and just give you time to rest your body and stuff.
It was something new to us, because like last couple of years we was doing spring football, and I feel like we had a couple people that was injured for a track or something like that, and I feel like that kind of would have hurt us, like we would have had a spring game or something like that. But we still came and got work in, and I feel like we're going to be straight.
I feel like it helped us like getting better conditioning and getting our minds right for the football season. And so we didn't have to recover from getting hurt like in the spring game or anything. Now we got this season to worry about now.
Coach, with the new alignments, you dropped Lynette from Fayette, pick up Isabella and Thorsby. Talk a little bit about your kids.
Yeah, I think the new alignment was kind of an interesting trade-off for us. You know, Isabella, we go to Isabella round 2 last year and beat them at their place. We play them at home this year. They're going to be a tough opponent again. Obviously, they're going to be looking for a revenge win, so to speak, for putting them out of the playoffs. You know, Coach Tate lost a lot of his linemen. A lot of his skill guys are back. His quarterback's back, who is very athletic. And then you have Thorsby, and you start asking about Thorsby, and not too many people know anything. You know, they're kind of like the mystery team out there. You know, I keep hearing, well, they're going to be good. Well, they got this. They do solid, you know, evidence of what they're going to have. In past years of going to Thorsby, when I was at Winterboro, we went to Thorsby and played, and just kind of knowing that area. I imagine they're going to be pretty gritty. They'll be a pretty physical team, and you have to go there, and that's you know, anytime you go to a new field that your guys haven't been to is kind of you want to plan ahead and try to get there early so they can see the layout and even from the stands to the field to how the field is and stuff like that. So, but the trade-off, we traded off those two for Isabella and Thorsby, and I feel it's like you're trading two different beasts for two different beasts. Lynette and Lafayette, very athletic, wide open spread teams, and Isabella and Thorsby are going to line up and try and run it down your throat. So, two completely different types of teams. Both of them are very good. I can tell you this: I don't want to be. I wouldn't want to be in Lynette's region. That region is stacked. Lynette, Lafayette, Laverne, Highland Home. That region is probably going to beat each other up week in and week out.
Coach, talking about your schedule this third year again for the Tiger Bowl against Childersburg. Talk about going against former students.
Yeah, it's always fun. I really enjoy the game, and Coach Johnson and I have a great relationship. So it's always fun to be able to play against somebody like that. It's tough. Somebody's got to win. We've been very fortunate the past 2 years to win that game, and I tell them all the time, I'll do anything for you except for that Friday from 7 till about 11 o'clock, and then you can call me afterwards and I'll help you out again. But it's a good again. You talk about good football, teams close together, teams that know each other, the kids know each other real well. And we agree to share the gate every year, so it helps each other out, and that's something that's key, is being able to help each other out, and as head coaches to make that agreement and to be able to help each other financially, especially with cost of equipment and travel and food and things like that. It's important to have the money for the program to run.
And last year, of course, against Sylacauga. This year on August 12th, we're going to play them in a jamboree. Talk a little bit about that after so long, that series being gone away.
Yeah, I think, last year we played a spring game against them, and I thought it went really well. Again, that's another situation where we split the gate and help each other out. That's a unique situation because our kids and Sylacauga's kids get along great. Our coaches and Sylacauga's coaches get along great. There's always that one thorn in the side that tries to stir it up from outside, and because they scored a touchdown in 1987 and they want to get fired up about it. But our kids get along and the coaches get along, and what we're looking for is an opportunity to compete against each other and see where we are, because 7 days later we got to play a game that matters, and I don't want to lose sight of that. I don't want my guys to lose sight of that. Some of our guys are not going to play a ton in that game. I mean, I'm just, we're pretty good on the front end. We don't have a lot of depth. So, you go and get one of these guys hurt, or one of my starters hurt in a jamboree, and you don't have them for 7 weeks, then you're sitting 4th or 5th in your region, and you'll be home early. So, it's going to be meaningful. We're going to play hard. We're going to line up and get better at what we do, but we can't get in a shouting match about a jamboree.
Brandon, Coach, one question. Coach talked about all your stuff, all your cover stuff that you have. How much stuff do you have? Talk about wearing it, all that stuff, and did not having spring practice cost you getting more stuff?
No, sir, it did not cost us anything. We still got our spirit pack and all, but I have every single spirit pack since he's been here. And I wear my Comer stuff all the time.
Shirts, shorts?
Yes, sir, everything.
Do you have regular clothes?
I do, but not a lot. I mostly have Comer clothes, to be honest.
I got it.
Yes, sir.
You got those Comer underwear in yet?
No, I don't got no Comer underwear in it. That's the only thing I don't have.
So, if you wore something else in school that didn't have Comer across some part of it, would people not know who you were,
They still know who I am, but it's it's not me.
You know what I mean when
yes,
I
sir.
say it. It'd be
yes,
odd to see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
Devin, I got a question for you. Last year at Isabella, second round of the playoffs, Devontae went down with an injury. Came came in and lifted your team, I thought, from the quarterback position. Is that gonna help you going into this year with those meaningful snaps in the playoffs, knowing this is gonna be your first full ride at quarterback?
Yes, sir. Just the Isabella just gave me like more experience and like just helped me grow my confidence and knowing I can do stuff to help my team.
Coach, maybe you can speak on that as well.
I was nervous. I mean, when it all happened, I was a little nervous, you know. But he because he didn't have the experience, you know, like you're talking about a clutch time to have to come in and make stuff happen. And he did a good job, man. He handled it like a veteran, and we went down the field and had success. So I was, you know, and that, you know, in that moment, that's when I told one of our coaches after that, I said, that moment is what can possibly make him the man down the road, is being able to live in that moment. So, but yeah, very, very impressive. Came in and sealed the win for us. It's funny in that win because the situation was at the end of the game, we were just trying to get out of the game. When we were up, we were just trying to get out of the game. And he had an opportunity to just get the first down and stop, and he went ahead and scored. And then he came back, he's like, I tried to go down, but if you see the film, it's like he goes over the goal line and then he, like, you know, kind of goes down, but it gave them the ball back, which we ended up with an interception. But even thinking like that, like his mindset was, hey, we don't need to score right here, which we really didn't. We were already ahead. We just needed to control the ball. But you know, knowing that his thought process was that, he said, you know, he's like, I got excited and I forgot where I was on the field. Well, you know, it worked out well. He's 16 years old. That's, you know, hard to tell a kid not to score a touchdown. But
Coach, talk about your running back, man. Moore had a big year for you. What do you want to see from him this year?
Kimura is a special individual. Just speed and strength wise, plays well. Has a lot of opportunity, has a lot of upside. You know, and being 2A football, he's playing both sides of the ball, playing linebacker and running back for us. For him to be a first-team All-State kid as a sophomore, over 2,000 yards, the 20-something touchdowns. The stat line is all there. Like all the stats are there. The moving forward, and he's done a great job of it over the summer. But moving forward is what kind of leader can he be? What kind of team guy can he be? And leading his team through adversity, leading his team through the tough times. How does he react during the tough times? And he's been able to do that. You know, we've had some 7-on-7s this summer, and there's been times where things weren't going well, and he's out there directing the troops and getting them lined up. So the maturity, seeing the maturity over the summer has been good. But the sky's the limit for him as far as just being able to have the success that he continues to have. You know, he's obviously one of those guys that you want to keep healthy, and keep him at 100% to the best of your ability. So, but he's a special individual, and looking forward to what he does this year.
Is leadership going to be the factor that determines how successful you guys can be this year?
No doubt. We'll only go as far as our leadership takes us this year. And you know, again, the limits are based on how much leadership we have. Because if you look at the missing pieces of what left last year and what we have to fill those spots, we have enough to fill the spots, and we have enough to have some competitions in some certain spots to fill those spots. But we'll only go as far as that leadership will take us. You know, trying to explain to kids that I'll have other teams. Trying to explain to seniors, hey, I'll have other teams. This is y'all's team. I'll have another team next year. I'll have another team in 2 years. I'll have another team in 4 years. You know, so as a senior, this is you guys' team. And at some point in time, like at the end of the season, whenever our season ends, and we're in the locker room that last time, and we're having that discussion, whatever it may be, after a big win, let's say we go all the way and we won it all. Well, that's going to be a good discussion. Let's say we get put out in the third round. Sad, but, we made a good run. But no matter what, whether that discussion is positive or it ended on a negative note, that's the last time that entire team will be together. And I told the group that last year. This is the last time you'll be together as an entire team. And that's something that, when we had the banquet, not everybody was there. So that last year's team will never be all together again. So it's truly your team as a group of seniors, as a group of upperclassmen. It's truly your team to make the decisions on how successful you want to be. And leadership gets twisted nowadays. Leadership is not always the guy that's yelling and screaming. It's not always the guy that's on people's case. It's not always the guy. You can lead by example. We have guys that don't say a whole lot. You don't have to say a word. Just do everything right. You don't have to be the rah-rah guy. You can be the guy that does everything you're supposed to do. You can be the guy that's at practice early. You can be the guy that picks up in the locker room and does what you're supposed to do. You can be the guy that's on time and does everything the right way and still be a leader. So, leadership is not just a vocal leader. There's a lot of different leadership avenues that people can have.
Let's talk about your coaching staff.
Coaching staff's pretty much in place. Not a lot of changes. Coach Nelson was with us for 1 year. He has left. We were able to bring in Cade Bryan as a young guy that's coming in. He just got out of college. He's coming in and teaching elementary PE. Was just able to hire Marcus Herbert. Marcus Herbert's coming in from Oxford Middle School. He's going to be my head boys basketball coach. Coach Hale is going to shift to the head girls basketball coach and alleviate some of that stress for him because he was coaching every basketball team we had, and that was just way too much. So he's going to cover the girls. Coach Herbert's going to cover the boys and help us with some football. But other than that, we're full steam ahead. I feel like my young coaches are getting they're continuing to learn, continuing to get better. I think my offense coordinator, Coach Pike, has done a good job with my expectations over the summer and what we're trying to do and what we're trying to get better at. These young guys come in, young coaches they're changing the game a little bit, and some for good and some not for good, in my opinion. But some of these young coaches have a lot of great ideas, and then you ask them how you're going to accomplish those ideas, and they're like, "Well, I don't know," So, and you have guys that have, coaches talk. Us old guys always talk. When we talk about guys, the running joke now is that these coaches are coming in and don't know how to run a paint sprayer. Well, they've never painted a field. They've never done this. They've never done that. They've never had to cut the practice field and stuff like that. So, if there's young coaches out there, when you get into this profession, be ready to go to work. Be ready to be there all the time. Be ready to work and do whatever is needed.
You know what?
Okay, if there are no further questions for Coach Fawcett and the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers, wish them good luck this season. Next up, we have the Sylacauga High School Aggies.
I was in a car accident. My front tooth cracked. I'm definitely embarrassed to smile. I got mini dental implants. It changed my life because it made me feel like me. Like I can smile and feel like Ashley. I just want to say thank you.
You can be you again with mini dental implants. I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
I'm more than happy. I'm ecstatic.
Sylacauga's best kept secret? No more. Harvey's on Noble is the place to go for the area's best food and drinks. Whether you're in the mood for steak, burgers, salad, seafood, or dessert, Harvey's on Noble will not disappoint, and the atmosphere is perfect for catching the big game or just relaxing after work. Harvey's is open for dinner Wednesday through Saturdays, so round up the family and we'll see you at Harvey's on Noble, downtown Sylacauga.
At Tony Serra Ford in Sylacauga, they don't sell you cars, they help you buy them. Make the short drive to Sylacauga where vehicles are fairly priced, with no market adjustments or inflated prices. Just vehicles priced fairly, like they should be. Why settle for higher prices and less selection when you can come to Tony Serra Ford in Sylacauga and experience the way car buying should be? Tony Serra Ford on Highway 280 in Sylacauga, or online at sarahsylacauga.com.
We don't sell you cars, we help you buy them.
The Advantage Plus roofing team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
Back to the 11th annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have Coach Rob Carter in his second season with the Sylacauga Aggies. Representing Sylacauga this afternoon, we have Bryant Waters, Tavares Lauderdale, and Zy McElrath. The Aggies compete in Class 5A Region 4, and they open the season at home against Benjamin Russell on August the 19th.
So just talk about your summer and the guys you brought with you today.
You want to know about my fishing, or my summer? Okay, I don't know. It's been great. I'm telling you, we were kind of, coming into the season, and I know that we lost some key guys, quarterback, running backs, some other guys. So, we were trying to search. I guess every question I heard was, who's going quarterback? Who's going quarterback? I said, we'll make one, we'll develop one. So that was a question mark. Effort has never been a problem. The second year that, 90% of the time, every kid is there. You have the vacations, those sort of things, but it was great. Workout, we got extremely strong. We had missed spring on purpose. We opted to the preseason earlier. We'll be a third day of practice today, this evening, but to play the preseason game, I think it kept the fire going. The guys were anxious. It was kind of awkward. We missed that spring, but we got a lot stronger. But the effort of the kids all throughout the summer and 7-on-7 and stuff, I think we're headed in the right direction with a good group.
Yeah, I had a question for Bill. Bill, I know we lost a lot of the kind of electricity on the outside. The team's leading receiver going in Riley. Jeremy Odom's gone. How do you see this team using you this year? I know you're going to be in all three phases of the game. What do you see your role for this team this year?
I just see my role as helping the team out, scoring as many touchdowns as I can, leading the team, and keeping everybody on the same track.
Rob, a quick question. I know you're in a little league, a small league, 6 teams in the region.
Right. Okay.
Right? How tough was it to refill it? I know you're playing Trinity, which you've never played before. Played Piedmont at the end of the year, which you've never played before. Not you, but the schools never have. How hard was it to refill? And I guess was the first thing to reach out to people you never played before, and just for that unique experience.
Well, yeah, when you've left with 5 games to fill, it can be tough. Locally we lost some teams, and understandably. But it wasn't real hard. They called me, so they must be pretty good. Trinity and Piedmont, and the next step was facing 6As and up. That gave me a call, but we filled them pretty quick. But Trinity, called me up and said, "Hey, Coach, would you like to play?" And I knew they were 3A private school, and I said, sure. You know, I knew how difficult it was going to be after I lost Childersburg, Talladega, and Lincoln to fill those 3 games. And Piedmont, Steve, and me are buddies. We coached an all-star team together. He called me. I said, I knew he was returning 22 seniors, a good football team. And, you know, I took him on his offer because next it was Oxford. It was, you know, you just keep going up, which I'd rather just don't have that kind of depth to play with the 6As, you know, even though Piedmont will be, you know, a very good football team. Trinity will be too. And we played Leeds and Ben Russell and is there one more I'm thinking of? Moody had called me. So those are all, you know, familiar in a way, but different. That's right. They're a good football team.
Even though you needed games, those folks called you to
Right. But across the state, there was a lot of 16 regions, and it was difficult.
Do you like the idea of, and I know it works out this way, but and that's the uniqueness I find, that you're, you know, when you look on series records, they're 0-0. I mean, your school's never played them. They've never, do you take into account for anything for that? I mean, hey, this is really cool. We've never played them before.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're good football teams, and on Friday night, that's what we want to play. I want to compete every Friday night. I mean, there's no doubt. That's just, you know, we played an Andalusia team that was 6-4, but I knew they were one of the best teams in 5A last year. They made it all the way to semis and got beat again, you know, by Pike Road. So, you know, they've got better through it. If you can withstand the, you know, just health of your team, that's an issue. But every Friday night, it's going to be a full quarter battle, and hopefully we're in it and have a chance at the end.
Brian, I know you lost 2 of your linebackers in Jaquan and Hudson. Who's going to help you to kind of step up and lead this defense this year?
Well, Jerry and Dillard, he stepped up. Not a guy that really played much, but he stepped up and he's filled the gap of Hudson Hodges that we lost last year, and he's done a really good job since the past few weeks with the linebackers and inside.
Coach, you mentioned you know, losing several key players from last year's team, and you did. It's not a secret. How many players do you think you're going to be able to put on the field come August 19th against Winterboro?
Everybody dresses out in a helmet and shoulder pads, but you know, I'd say you're talking about they're actually going. You know, it's hard to tell. You know, we put on pads today, so it kind of makes answers that question later on. But you know, we're trying our best to go one way. You know, with a few of these, especially these guys, filling some roles in there on both ways or 3 ways when you put in special teams. But you know, early in the season, you want to limit it. You know, get as many guys you can get in, so you can won't exhaust your guys that are going 2 ways. So I think, you know, right now we had that question in the coaches meeting. I gave that out too. You know, can we have 22 guys participate and give a very good effort, not just out there occupying a position. I'd like to have about 25 or 26. I didn't have any doubt in, you know, but I think we're going to play a lot of kids.
You're going to have to play a lot of young kids this year?
No, we played a lot last year. We got a big junior class. I think we got 3 or 4 seniors offensively this year. The majority of them are juniors after that, and on defense there's 4 or 5 seniors. So, and a lot of that's defensive front, and you know there's younger guys in behind them. So I don't see many 10th graders getting a whole lot of playing time as a starter now, not as you know, backing up one of them, but we've got a senior junior group.
Every year brings change, of course, to kids. What about your coaching staff? Talk a little bit about your staff.
Yeah, we added, I'll say 2, Coach Cockerham and Tech Jones as 2 of our assistants, and they brought a little youth. You know, we got a little age and experience on there with Barry and Barry Strickland, the linebacker coach, and then Coach Crawford. They seem like they've been there forever. You know, they're really good coaches. Coach Steers, my offensive line coach on that side. You know, he does an excellent job. Josh Cantrell is our receivers coach, and really pushes those guys and is extremely hardworking. You know, Coach Jack's being defensive. You know, he's a coordinator. He does an excellent job. I really don't even have to look over there, and that's what I wanted when I sat down with him. He does just a phenomenal job of really breaking down film and getting kids in the best position over there to keep them, our opponents from scoring or producing a lot of first downs. But we've got a good staff with the addition of 2 young guys that are really motivators. They're the rah-rah, you know, and they get them in a mood we need. You know, we're not. I'm, you know, sort of chill until I'm mad. But other than that, you know, I think they'll tell you that those guys are really a great addition to the program with the young people.
Coach, I know a lot of people were waiting on Q Swain to kind of break out last year, big receiver. What does he have to do this year to improve on his game? I know some colleges might be looking at it. What do you think his next step is to make some progress at the receiver position?
Well, I mean, he's extremely physical. I think there's some points there where, you know, he's got to get more active every play. He kind of I've had that youth of I'm going to take a play off. You know, I saw that from him, intensity of his routes, and he's doing that. Now, we stay on him because I do know, and let's talk to the coaches from the next level that are definitely interested because his height, his speed, his ability to catch the ball. But we moved him from an outside receiver to inside. You know, you will see that, and that's tough to deal with because you just don't match up your best corner on inside receiver anymore. And it really can affect defenses with linebackers worrying about covering. And so I think we're going to use him well. And, you know, of course, Bill, you can get him the ball and he'll be gone in a minute. You know, I think Bill recorded a 4.3 at Troy, 2 of them, and then a 4.4 something. So he's legit. Get the ball in his hands and, you know, get him a straight line in the end zone. He's probably going to win most of those. So we got some other receivers, too, as well, is doing a great job. Bryce Oden has really come on, gotten bigger and stronger and catching the ball well. And I think Jay Smith, you're going to hear, is a 6'2" kid that is really athletic. You know, once he gets that confidence of early season, he was a move-in about late through the season, played primarily B team last year and did an excellent job. And I can't wait to see, you know, that receiving core. Now, we did lose a playmaker, a touchdown-a-game guy, and Jakari Cottingham. Fortunately, it was his junior year. He tore his ACL, which was another all-around player, you know, and, you know, we hate that. But I'm glad he's got another year. He's had surgery, and he's recovering now. But we've got a good receiving core, and, you know, the quarterback is the issue. I know. I'll address it now. I put pressure on them. But they're both doing well. I got 2 that are doing pretty well.
And Sal, man, we're not going to leave you out here. I know you play physical on the offensive line. What's the outlook for your unit this year? Who's stepping up alongside of you?
We got a couple players like Jaden Bryant and Quan Beckham that are trying to come up and be a helpful hand more this year. And we got a lot of young kids that are trying to step up and fit in roles as secondary and on third-string players.
I know Coach Steers has been coaching that unit forever. What's it like to kind of fall under Coach Steers? I know he's pretty intense. What's your relationship like with him?
It's pretty good. He's a good coach. He's helped everybody out through good times and bad times. He tried to keep everybody with a level head and have everybody on one accord as a team.
No, we've primarily taken Zion and moved him to defense. And now he would know, definitely he'll be a 2-way role guy, but he's anchoring our 3 technique or, you know, whatever. So
Good for the play-by-play guys.
there you go.
Hey, what's it like for you guys this year? You and Brian, I know some truck rides home after practice. I know you guys have a good relationship, kind of commanding your defense. You're over the whole team. What's that dynamic?
He got him. I got him another truck for that reason.
Oh, okay.
But no, probably fishing. We go at it more than we do football because we're both pretty intense and understand. He does a good job. There's no doubt. You know, don't make me tear up. But he wasn't my son until, you know, me and his mom got married. But just excellent kid with the same ideas. We're just alike. We'll butt heads on some of that stuff, but, you know, when he comes back, he's leading the way I want to lead. You know, I wouldn't ask for anything different. I mean, I think he's had one of the best. Now, he never misses. He's 100%. He has no choice. But, you know, he increased his strength. I think all these guys did when we sat down. That was a key for all of them. I know Bill, you wouldn't look at him away. He's 145, 150, and did 285, you know, bench press. And you know, that was one of the things Bryant said, I can't do that. I'm at 225, and he's doing 280, you know. So we really got after it in the weight room, and it's because of these guys right here. You know, they're here because the commitment they made in the off season, and they've done an excellent job of leading and being present and by example. You know, so all of them take from what pretty much they understand how hard I coach Bryant, and those guys are like my sons too. But, you know, I love coaching him. I love coaching them all. So, you know, that's sort of how I do it. That's just it. All of them are mine. I think me and Zai, he understands I love him like he's one of mine now. There's no doubt. I'm going to fuss at him as much as I fuss at Bryant, but I'm going to live him up too and let him know.
Definitely no plays off. No plays off. I'll get in trouble.
Don't act hurt.
Yeah.
You know.
I got to get up.
Crawl off the field. You know, I'm not coming to get you. That sort of mentality. It's the bad dad coach, I guess.
Coach, just talk about what you have at running back. You lost in the lead, so talk about what you have coming back.
Yeah, we lost, you know, no doubt, a dynamic player right there. But Connor Twyman, I think he's going to surprise you. Rance Mansion, those guys are working hard. Antoine Borden. We're not short there, but they've got to prove themselves. I'm really impressed of how they can run a football. We'll see. Like I said, Dave's pads or this week we'll have you know, a good assessment of how hard they run it. You know, I want a little more downhill guys that run behind the shoulder pads too. Rance Mansion brings that. He's a small guy, but he's, you know, going to be a 10th grader, and he's benching 250, but he hides. He got it, you know. He thinks he can run through a brick wall. There ain't no doubt, and he's going to try. Now, Twyman's got great hips, great feet, great vision. He's and a burst of speed, and he's gotten a lot bigger. I imagine he's around 190, 195. You know, you remember his brother, if he ever gets that big, but he's a big kid, and, of course, Antoine Borden's a real physical kid, plays outside linebacker. We'll see roles in there. So, you might see Bill lined up. Never know. Might see Zai. Who knows?
Talk about the quarterback battle a little bit more. I know throwing the ball has been important to you guys' success the last few years. So just talk about.
Yeah, the two we got back there, and like I said, it's they haven't separated themselves. They're really good together, and that's what I sat down with them. With 7-on-7, we alternated every role through there. We do the same at practice, and they both bring good things to the table. Connor Steele, one of them, both. He's going to be a junior. Jamari Jeffries is the other one, lefty and a righty, both about the same height. Both of them run pretty good. They're throwing. They're a little shorter, but they're making really good decisions right now. They have progressed, and I'll tell you this: we go to 7-on-7 at Auburn, and not proud to admit it, but first game we don't complete a pass. And it wasn't because the receivers weren't open. Neither quarterback completed a pass, and they were scared to death, you know. But the next one, we won several in those 7-on-7s, and the confidence, and then they just changed. You can tell how the confident they're getting. They're understanding the offense. You know, it's pretty quick. We went to Auburn. It was early in June. Didn't have much time to work with them and teach them how to read or where more than likely the receiver was going to be. They need to be looking at or the two. And they've done a real good job of just administering the offense. I think they're going to be not keyed upon, and they're quicker than you think. That's all I tell, defenses.
Coach, I asked Coach Fawcett this just a little bit ago, but both your and his schools, you throw a rock from hitting one to the other. Talk a little bit about what you're expecting on August 12th when you play the Jamboree.
I mean, give us a good, blueprint of what we've got to fix for the following week. I mean, I think we both understand, cut the scoreboard off, that's not important, and really work it, expose some things we need to work on before the first game. Last year, we didn't have that opportunity, and punt, we got one block, some of those things, and, we readjusted. I don't think it happened again all year. All those things right there just to improve for the next week, get a blueprint of what we need to fix, where things need to go. Because I know he's got an excellent football team, and, it's a battle between those two schools. It has been historically. I've heard it. I know it. I want them to win as many games as they can. I've known those kids that were sitting up here. I know at track, seeing them and, working with them, and got to really like them, and I like Coach Fawcett. So, we're not out there trying to do that. I mean, that is not important to me. It's to come out healthy and with a plan to improve what we didn't do well.
Coach, you alluded to having a punt block last year in the game against. What does it look like this year? I know a lot of teams don't talk about their kicking game, but the kicking game it can be a big deal in a very close ball game. I know you had the Faircloth Camden punted and kicked for you last couple of years. What does it look like this year replacing somebody like that who was pretty consistent for you?
Right. Well, Ethan Pruitt, we got a young man who's going to be a 10th grader that actually I didn't even know sometimes he was kicking extra points. He's really good. He's going to be good. He's dabbling in the punting part of it. And right now, I have full confidence in him to come in and fill those shoes. With kickoff and, the place kick and all that stuff, he is excellent. But, we know he's got to work hard at the punt. We've got two twin brothers up there, Nathan and Nolan Gordon. Nolan's a snapper. I think do a good job. And he asked me the other day, can I punt? Well, Bryant's backup snapper, and I'm like, no, I hope you just keep the snap every time, because Brian will be tired, wore out, and got to turn around and do it. And I said, no, you just work at snapping and don't get hurt. But, that's the key, to have that snapper and that guy, and to come through all his years. I mean, that's the key. Even a holder, you would like for, get a 10th grade holder where he can go all the way through. But Ethan's going to be a really good kicker. So.
Any more questions?
Okay, if there are no further questions for Coach Carter and the Sylacauga Aggies, wish them luck this season. Next up, we have Lincoln High School Golden Bears and head coach Matt Zedeker.
The Advantage Plus roofing team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
Coosa Valley Medical Center, one of the top 10 hospitals in Alabama, is also Sylacauga's largest employer. Services from the emergency room to surgery, to cancer treatment, to post-stroke care. You won't believe what's right in your backyard. It's Coosa Valley Medical Center in Sylacauga. So, if you're sick in Alabama, choose one of the top 10 hospitals in Alabama. That is Coosa Valley Medical Center.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned, and with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years, federally insured by the NCUA.
At Sarah Honda in Sylacauga, they don't sell you cars, they help you buy them. Make the short drive to Sylacauga, where vehicles are fairly priced with no market adjustments or inflated prices. Just vehicles priced fairly, like they should be. Why settle for higher prices and less selection when you can go to Sarah Honda in Sylacauga? Leave the price gouging behind and experience the way car buying should be. Sarah Honda, Highway 280 in Sylacauga, online at sarahsylacauga.com.
We don't sell you cars, we help you buy them.
Marble City Pharmacy in Sylacauga is your destination for the highest quality health care. Our knowledgeable pharmacists are always available for questions about your medications or advice on taking over-the-counter products and supplements. Our friendly staff can assist you in choosing from our full lines of compression hose and medical equipment. And don't forget our gift department. We have a great selection of unique gifts for every occasion. Stop by and see us today. Marble City Pharmacy, here for life.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 11th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have Coach Matt Zedeker entering his 6th year at the helm, Lincoln High School. Representing the Golden Bears today, we have Josh Spratlin, Gavin Hobbs, and Kamari Hampton. The Golden Bears compete in Class 5A Region 6 and open their season at home on Friday, August the 19th against Talladega.
Coach, talk about how summer's been going for you guys and the players you brought with you.
Yes, summer has been very good. We've rolled off a spring training game with Childersburg, took a couple weeks off and got right back at it. We're averaging, I don't think our numbers dropped below 75 all year as far as attendance for workouts, which is the best it's been since I've been at Lincoln. And kids are working hard. They're driven. They got some lofty goals in mind, and they're ready to get at it, put some pads on next week. To my left of me, I got Kamari Hampton. He's a junior, up and rising guy, very good prospect. Plays a little bit of everything for us. He's been starting since his freshman year. We had him at safety and receiver. This year we're going to move him to corner, and he'll be a good X-receiver for us. He won't come off the field much at all. To my right is Gavin Hobbs. He's a senior. This is our alpha dog. This is our bully on the field. He, again, another guy's been playing since his freshman year. Moving to the outside linebacker position and some tight end this year. And big basketball guy, a baseball guy. Kamari's a basketball guy, soccer guy, track guy, multi-sport athletes, counting a lot out of them. To my far right is Josh Spratlin, another senior. Started every game for us last year at tight end, and just another big old bully we got on the bookend right there with really good hands. So these three guys will make us go. So excited they could be up here.
Year 6, what do you guys want to come to this year?
Everything. The hope is always to set goals and accomplish them one by one. But our goals never changed since I've been there. We want to try to go undefeated in the regular season. We want to beat our county rival, who's our biggest rival game, and we want to win a region championship and host a first-round playoff game. If we feel like that's our regular season goals, and once we reach those or get close to those, we reassess once we get into the playoff run. One of our main things we've been focused on this year is preparing for a 15-game season. I think a lot of times it happens to teams. It happened to us last year. We have these regular season goals, and we work our tails off to get to week 10, and week 10's over, and the players, kind of go, all right, we did it, and it's another mindset. We sat down as a senior bunch and said, but, we felt like we kind of relaxed a little bit last year going in the first round because it's a grind. And so this year our mantra has been, man, we're preparing for 15 games. Now, if we get to 15 games, there's only 2 teams in 5A that get to do that, Well, then we're doing pretty good. But I think it's important that these kids get the mindset that we're playing 3 5-game seasons. And so that's kind of what we've been working hard. They've bought into it. That's how they've been working out this summer, along with, last year's losses. We felt like were a couple bad losses. So we want to be We want to be competitive in the fourth quarter of every game. You know, we want to have a chance to win every game. That's every team wants that. But last year, the games we won, in particular 2 of them against Center Point and Alexandria, we were really out of the game in the first half. And so, you know, we want a chance and an opportunity to win the game in the fourth quarter every game we can. And we got a challenging, a real challenging season schedule in front of us to do that. But that's kind of been the 2 things we've really focused on this offseason.
Coach, you chose this year, and I know you had the opportunity not to do spring training. You could either do it or not do it. Several schools decided not to. You decided to do it. What was your thought process as far as that was concerned? Because I know I talked with Johnny Johnson about that at Childersburg. He said, "Man, we need it." Yeah. I mean, I know that was his first thing to me was, "Coach, are you going to do spring? Are you not going to do?" Heck, no, we're doing spring. We needed it. What was your mindset?
That's about the same. You know, we haven't had that opportunity in years past. So I've been doing it for 23 years now, and we've always had spring training. So I think my mindset was we have a team where we have 2 guys competing for the quarterback position. We need to get them live reps. We got an offensive line that we're having to piece back together with graduation. Took a lot of those guys away. And in my mind, 10 days of full pads versus an extra week in the summer where you're going to have to go 2 in helmets, 2 in half shells, and 1 full pad outweighed it. So, man, we got a lot out of it. We figured out a lot of positions that we would have been trying to figure out this week. And so, but I think that's twofold too. I think if I had that opportunity the year before with a veteran team, not many people fighting for positions in key positions. If you got that team that you've had for a while, then yeah, take the extra week. So I think it's a year-to-year thing, but it was very beneficial for us. We needed it and figured out a lot of things with it.
Coach, we talk about your coaching staff.
Yeah, I got a fantastic coaching staff. On the defensive side of the ball, Blair Mayfield is our defensive line coach. He's our special teams coordinator, does a fantastic job. He's been with me since I've been at Lincoln. Our inside linebackers coach is Jake Kilgo. He's going on his 4th year. He's just a fantastic coach, up-and-coming coach, very knowledgeable, very energetic guy. In the backside of it, we got Chris Smith, who's been around for a long time. He coaches our secondary. He's our calm guy. We got, you got to have some fireballs that are getting after it, and you got to have some calm guys that can, night and day it right there. So we really like our defensive staff. I coach the outside backers. Offensively, obviously, our offensive coordinator is Matt Griffith. What a blessing. What a blessing to have a guy who's been in the business for 30 years. Has over 100 wins, over 100 wins as a head coach, has been a head coach probably 25 of those years, and just to have his knowledge, his experience, and have him come in and he's retired but comes in and volunteers for us, man. It's a blessing to have him, and obviously we're really good friends. He runs our offense and our running backs, and I take all the headache of all the head coaching stuff, and he can just coach football, So he's enjoying that. Got 2 offensive line coaches, Justin Taylor, who we got last year, going on his 2nd year. Been in the business a long time, coached with a lot of very good coaches, played for a very good one sitting over there, Coach Short, and, was a head coach, and so kind of brought him back to us, and he does a fantastic job with our interior offensive line. Jamie Linderman coaches our tackles and tight ends. A local guy, Lincoln guy, lives there. I hired him 3 years ago, so he does a fantastic job. Receivers coach, we took a guy, Colby Coursey, who was my corners coach last year, moved him to receivers this year. Probably had him out of his element a little bit last year on the defensive side. He's typically an offensive guy, but just a very good coach, been in the business a while. We also just hired him as our head baseball coach. And am I missing anybody else? Is that it? Is that all of them? So that's our staff. Very good staff. It's a brotherhood staff. We've been together for the most part for a while, and that's always hard to do in high school ball. And I wouldn't go to war with anybody else. I'll talk to these guys. Let them get some spotlight.
Coach,
Coach, talk about your quarterback situation. I understand you got a couple of guys kind of vying for it. Where's it staying?
We do. Right now, we would say it's neck and neck. You know, we got two guys that are very capable of running the offense, one in a Brighton Urshery, who, you know, played for us last year. Got a lot of JV reps, and the other guy's Monty Weed. Both are doing fantastic. You know, no one's really kind of stuck that nose out in front, took the lead. One day it's Brighton, and then the next day it's Monty. So it's a very good competition between the two. It's a healthy competition. They're good friends. Good thing about it is whoever wins that job, one of them be on the field in another position. They're two really good athletes, bring a lot to the table. Man, we're excited about either one that wins that job, and if they both have to play it, you know, there's a lot of different packages because they both bring a lot to the table.
Talk about your schedule a little bit. You got Talladega, you got Anfield, coaches that you're familiar with, on top of a tough region.
Yeah. Off-season schedule, you know, we opened with Talladega, which I was excited to get that game back on the schedule. You know, our communities are about 10 miles apart. You know, our kids know a lot of Talladega kids. Half our team probably, when you write their address down, it's Talladega, Alabama, just the way, you know, the zone's set up. So we just felt it's always been a great gate game. It's always been a competitive game. It's always been, you know, good between the two communities. And so we were excited to get that back on. At the time we scheduled that, I didn't realize Coach Smith was going to be the coach. So, you know, he does a great job. Obviously, he was at Munford, so we didn't like him that much. So now he's at another rivalry. But Coach Smith does a great job. He'll have that program doing well. And then we go play Asheville the second week. Coach Shea Monroe's the head coach there. Man, he has done a tremendous job of building that program. They won more games last year than they've won in a long time. Obviously, he was on my staff the first year I was there. He'd coached at Lincoln for a while, and so that was just kind of a friend thing we had talked about before the season started last year. You know, hey, if I don't get these people in this region and I don't get these people, let's play it. And so just think, again, it's a fairly close game. We thought it'd be a good game to play. Obviously, our rival game in week 6, we'll play that red team. And, you know, it don't matter what the records are in that team, in that game. You know, we're going to get ready to play them. They're going to get ready to play us. That's always a big game. And then we finished the season with Beauregard coming down. And, you know, we've played them in the past. We're in the same region. Scheduling got crazy. We got down to one, and, you know, it was hard to find teams comparable. You know, I mean, I had Oxford and Clay County and you know, Pell City. We had a lot of different 6A and 7A schools that were calling to play. I mean, we don't want any of that. We want to play someone in our classification. Just worked out we could play Beauregard. And luckily we got them at home this year because that's a good haul. The region is what it is. I think it's one of the best regions in the state in 5A, and it has been. You know, we it's fairly intact. We lost Hayden High School, Corner High School, and Center Point, and we added Springville and a Southside team. So, you know, anytime you got teams coming down from a higher classification to a next classification, you better look out. We did it my first, second, and third year here, where we were one of the smallest 5A teams. We dropped down to 4A, and it was just whether you like it or not, it's a mindset in the kid's mind and coach's mind. All right, we're down where we think we can compete. And so those will be two very challenging games with the new teams coming in. Fortunately, we have played Southside the last 4 years in a row. So we're familiar with them, familiar with what Coach Holcomb's doing down there. And then you got the big dogs. You know, you got Alexandria, who don't lose in the regular season, go deep in the playoffs. You got a Leeds team with a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame coaching staff that don't lose many games in the regular season. Usually comes down between Alexandria and them. They go deep in the playoffs. You got a Moody team that I felt Coach Wallace did a really good job of building, and now Jake's taking it over, Coach Gaines. And, you know, we've seen that team the last 2 years in a row, and they were all sophomores 2 years ago, and they're all seniors this year. And so that will be a challenge for us. You got St. Clair County. Coach Wright is righting the ship, per se, in that program, and they'll be much improved. And so it's challenged. Am I forgetting anybody?
You got that one.
Is that everybody? All right, good. Gavin keeps me straight. But listen, it's a schedule that if we had all looked forward to one game or look forward to a game that's on the schedule and overlook what the task at hand is that week, you'll get beat. And so that's kind of a mindset we all take and have taken since I've been at Lincoln, that the only team we're looking at is the team we have that week. We got 5 days to prepare for them, and we got to put the best game plan together and prepare the best. And when we finish that one, we'll look to the next one. But very challenging, very challenging. I mean, if you look last year, Alexandria, I think was ranked number 2 at one point. Leeds was ranked number 4. Center Point went to the 3rd round. We got beat by Russellville in the 1st round. They were number 7 in the state. So we played a very competitive schedule last year. It don't get any easier this year, but at the end of the day, they got to play us too. They got to come play at Keith Howard Memorial Stadium. We got to go on the road. We're going to put a good product out there, so should be fun. We like competing. These kids like competing, but we're going to have to prepare each week to make sure we have a chance to win.
This for the players. We can start with Josh. Coach talked about embracing that mindset of the 3 5-game seasons. What are some of the things you guys are doing both in the off season and individually to embrace that mindset, knowing that you've got some tough games late, you've got some games early, but what are some of the things you guys are doing that help embrace that 3 5-game seasons?
Well, recently we developed our new team motto is dominate the day. We try to dominate every day and take the day step by step. Make sure we get 100% out of the day. Just make sure that you get everything out of it that you can and go 110%, get better every day.
Another thing, just piggybacking off Josh, is we know we got a lot of veterans coming back, a lot of guys we got to lean on that's not here. So leaning on those guys to bring in a positive attitude and a good mindset will bring us far this season.
Just taking it one game at a time, not looking too far ahead in the future, and just grinding.
Coach, I'll ask you something and let your players answer too. You talked about your schedule. Nothing like winning on the road. At home at Keith Howard, you'd love to be there. There's more things for you to do as a head coach. Which would you rather see? Do you like going on the road?
Good question. We like compete. I mean, I like playing. There's nothing better than silencing a crowd on the road. There's nothing better than shaking that hand on the road. Let's get a quick prayer. I don't like to celebrate on another team's field, but I like to celebrate in another team's locker room. And so, that's fun, but there's also nothing better than having the Lincoln community at our back and just going nuts, and supporting these young men and our band and our cheerleaders. And so, you can pick your poison on either one of them. They're both great. Winning's winning. I don't care if we're in a parking lot. If we win, we're going to be happy about it. But obviously, the prep isn't as hard on a road game because you show up and you play. Home games, you got to make sure you got gate workers and parking people and everything's intact. But our administration does a great job of handling all that and letting us coach. But winning's winning, and we'll do it any and anywhere we can. What about y'all?
I like protecting the house. I like protecting at our home field. That's where I like winning at. So after the game, we come rush the field and see, friends and family. I think that's the best one.
I like going to play them on their turf. It feel hard earned. You go into their house and beating them in that type of environment.
Well, me, I like playing at home because those are our fans. That's our house. The energy is just different. Everything's different.
I think it's a mindset. We going on the road and it's us against the world. We go in at home. Let's go show our fans what we're doing. So.
Coach, when you first took the job, I was still helping you had a chance to talk a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And I remember you come up here. I was actually taking up money for a 7th and 8th grade game.
Yeah.
You come up there and you was there to watch that game. And we talked that night about that might be a group. And this is probably last year, and some of these guys were a part of that group. But talk to me a little bit about what it's taken to get your youth league in line with the way you want to be, and people allowing you to do that, how important that is for your 7th and 8th grade group, your youth leagues to be doing what you want to do.
Right. Well, these seniors here, they were 8th graders when I came. Is that right? Yeah. So, Yeah, these seniors, and then Kamara was playing a lot as a 7th grader. But yeah, listen, when I first came in, we brought the youth league coaches in. We did a small coaching school with them, and I would like to say, you know, Lincoln has a fantastic rec department. Our youth football team is good and has been good for a long time. A guy named Coach Alfred Gross is kind of a youth league legend in our community, and you know, he's got his son doing it now and he helps. But you know, it's fun to go down there on Saturdays. Typically, I'm having to work. Typically, I'm in the concession stand on Saturdays, you know, because our booster club does that. But man, I love having those, getting around those kids. Any and every time I can go talk to them, I do. You know, and so it's fun. You know, Lincoln's a special place for their football. It's a special place for where Lincoln people come home to Lincoln. They don't leave too often. And so to have that stability in a community isn't what you see every day. You know, there's a lot of communities where people graduate and go to college and they don't come back. And that's the beauty of Lincoln to me. And so, man, we love our youth teams. There's a lot of times our guys are out there running chains for them and got little brothers playing and the cheerleadings and everything else. There's a lot that goes into it. But I would say since I started to now, it's been great. You know, I feel like they've embraced me. They embraced my family. We're in the community a lot. You know, we live outside the community, but we're in Lincoln more than we're not. You know, my daughters go to school there. My youngest daughter started kindergarten there. She knows nothing other than Lincoln. We eat in all the establishments. You know, it's fun. You walk in Piggly Wiggly and 5 different people say, "Hey, Coach Z, what's going on?" You know, and so our kids play rec league sports in Lincoln. So, man, we're very pleased with Lincoln. I could see myself being there till I retire if they'll keep me. And as long as we keep having these good athletes and playing like they play, man, we'll be good.
Players, just real quickly, for the players, tell us what it's like to wear that gold and black, to wear that jersey, because that is a responsibility that you hold, accountability, not just to your team, but to those young guys he's talking about in the community about upholding the standard of wearing that gold and black. Tell us what it's like to be able to do that.
Well, like our coach always says when we break it down, don't embarrass your last name. Don't embarrass your family. Always protect your brothers. So me wearing this jersey, it feels like everybody's looking at me like I gotta set an example. I gotta be a leader. I gotta do what's right so the future can do what's right as well.
Well, you know, speaking about the kids, you know, we were all one of those kids one day anyway. So I was one of those little kids one day that wanted to be a varsity football player at Lincoln High School. And now that I am, I know the impact that everybody before me had on me and how they treated themselves off the field and on the field played in my life. So I really
just setting a good example, because most of the time when you kids, you see somebody older doing it, you're going to want to do it. So you got to make sure you do whatever you're doing something right. So you don't want to lead them no wrong direction.
Good question. Yeah, they're good ones. We got a lot of good ones, Coach. A lot of good ones at Lincoln. Sure do.
Well, Coach's question will lead me to mine. I see you've got them with the new look jersey on.
Yeah, they talked me into it.
You won a nice little award with that from us last year.
We certainly did.
Is it hung, and do you have something new for us to see this year?
Well, no, and yes. We still have, and Gavin was actually the one that modeled that uniform for us. FNN was gracious enough. We won the top uniform of the year last year. It is still in the office, but I told him I was going to have to take it. It's going to hang in the field house. It has been in our front foyer in the office where everybody comes in and sees it. We've spent about $30,000 in uniforms the last couple of years, so the Booster Club said I need to pump my brakes this year. So we got some good-looking uniforms. This is a non-region uniform. We try to break this out for a big game. They talked me into it last year against Moody because we needed that game to get in the playoffs. But, you know, we got some really pretty uniforms as well. But, you know, the old saying, if you look good, you play good. It's all about, these kids see it every Saturday and Sunday. They see what other schools wear. And so that's another thing that Lincoln's great about. Our booster club provides these kids with any and everything they need so they can be a top-notch program. And I can't speak enough about my booster club. And these kids don't go without anything. And so, uniforms is just part of it. But there's a lot more to it with meals and fees and different things like that. But I would think if you ask them what their favorite uniform is, I don't know, ask them. You know,
Hey, gray on black.
gray on black.
Gray on black.
I like that one too. I like the black on gold.
Black on gold. So we have several different combinations we can do. And listen, I'm an old school guy. I want to wear the same uniform, wear our colors. But let me tell you something. If it makes us get an extra first down or another stop because they're jacked up about how they look, I'm in. So let's do it.
Coach, that leads me kind of into this next question real quick. I covered your game when you played. And
Yeah.
Of course, a long time being in Silicaga, the tradition you learned there. When you accepted the Lincoln job, from then until now, what have you learned as a head coach?
Oh my goodness! I don't think we got enough time right here. I mean, listen, I had some tremendous mentors. I had some men that were in my life on coaching staffs at Silicaga that taught me the right things. They taught me things of how to be a coach, taught me morals of being a coach, taught me how to run a program and do it right. And I wouldn't be anywhere where I am without those guys. But obviously, once you take your first head job, I went from being a coordinator for 10 years and then took this one. Being a coordinator, you just got to get a game plan ready. You don't have to go talk at the Kiwanis Club. You don't have to handle parents. You don't have to handle a booster club. You don't have to set up things in the elementary school and promote your youth camp and things like that. So fortunately, the guy I was working for, Coach Griffith, my last 2 or 3 years at Silicaga, started getting me ready for those things because he knew I wanted to be a head coach. And then when I took this job, it was, it's mine. So how are you going to do it? I think the first number one thing is I had to surround myself with men that were smarter than me. And so having a great coaching staff that's loyal, that believes in what you want to do, believes in the culture you're building, and believes how you want to coach a kid is important. And, man, I've been blessed to have great coaching staffs and got a great one right now. And then just teaching, a culture that you want to build at a program to these young men, teaching them a work ethic that you believe in. Not saying the work ethic before was bad or good, but it's just, hey, this is what I'm wanting to do now. Let's buy in. And so obviously I think about year 4 is where you realize these kids are mine now. This kid doesn't know anything other than what we've built here, and so that's kind of where we are at now in year 6. These coaches have had us as a coaching staff, and that's it. Lincoln at one time was rolling a lot of coaches through there when Coach Howard passed away. And so just stability and then just, learning on the run. And here's the thing, you never stop learning. You never stop learning. And when you think you got it all figured out, you better retire because the game will pass you by. So it's keep talking to other coaches, keep picking minds, keep going to clinics, and then keep learning how to reach a young person because they change. And I would say they've changed from 6 years ago when I started Lincoln to where they are now. And so it's just continually sharpening your mind and sharpening your profession to try to stay on top. Anything for these guys? I talk too much.
Jabari, just talk about your summer. I saw you at the TJ Green camp. And, you had a good showing. Just talk about everything you've been working on and your transition to cornerback.
Just getting my body ready to dominate both sides of the ball. So I've been trying to hit the gym at least once a day. Just trying to stay healthy so I can dominate.
What have you seen from him?
Just the mindset, Kamar's a special athlete. Probably this year I've seen his maturity level probably as high as it was. His freshman year, we threw him to the fire, and he played really well as a freshman. But he's still a 14-year-old kid out there, And now that he's had 2 years' experience going on his 3rd year, and he's getting a lot of looks. Kamar is a top prospect. There ain't no doubt in my mind he'll play at the next level. So it's just handling those type of situations that come to them now. You know, you mentioned TJ. Me and TJ text and talk to each other probably for 2 hours after he worked with Kamari, and you know, was just talking about, you know, how good he thinks he could be, you know, what his mindset is. And Kamari's done a good job of that, you know. But as these guys as well, you know, Gavin's going to be he is a top prospect. He's got a lot of looks, and I think some offers will be coming soon. And he's really bulked up since baseball season. He's put 20 pounds on, you know, and good pounds. Now, you know, I want him to lose probably about 5, which he will in fall camp to get his speed down a little bit. But, you know, he's taking a mindset as a senior year, as Josh. These two as seniors have really taken on a leadership role. And because this is the end they got, you know, he's got another year, but these two don't. And so, man, they've bust their tails in the offseason. Josh went through a whole speed process, a speed camp training for about a 6-week training regimen in the offseason with one of our other coaches. And, man, these guys are driven to win games, you know. And so I think all 3 of them, as well as a lot of players on our team, have done that.
How has the growth in Lincoln affected you guys? Have you seen more players come in?
We have, to a certain extent. You know, we probably add 3 move-ins this year. But Lincoln is a growing community. You know, we got that big Honda plant sitting right in the middle of it. If you go down any road, it seems like there's new houses being built. I know we're at a point now where the community and the city limits of Lincoln is big enough now where we're really looking at how many tuition kids we let in because the community's getting bigger. But that's a good thing, you know. What I need is some parents that maybe live, you know, a couple counties over but work at Honda that have, you know, 3 and 4 and 5-star kids to move in, buy one of them new houses and be part of what. But listen, man, we have tremendous facilities. We got an indoor facility. We got brand new turf on our football field. You know, we got 11 different uniform combinations, and everything is there to win. And so that's my job to make sure I put a product there. Wouldn't that be? Wouldn't that be great? I tell people all the time that you think they're like, oh, you got all that Honda money, but they write about 1 check a year, and that goes through the whole school system. But they're great support. You know, there's a lot of times we can call on them, and they help us out if we need it. We need them to start recruiting some really good workers at Honda that have good genes.
Questions? Okay, if there are no further questions for Coach Zediker and the Golden Bears, wish them luck this season. Next up, we have Coach John Limbaugh and the Fayetteville High School Wolves.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
The Advantage Plus Roofing Team offers commercial and residential roofing services. Their exceptional craftsmanship, high-quality materials, and knowledgeable staff will deliver superior results at affordable prices every time. Call your local Advantage Plus Roofing office today at 256-375-9339 and find out why customers rate Advantage Plus Roofing #1 in satisfaction. Estimates are always free and financing options are available. Upgrade your home with the best roofing company in Central Alabama.
We got a jamboree game against Randolph County the 19th. We opened up against Pavilion.
Everybody ready? Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 11th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day, the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have Coach John Limbaugh entering his 11th season at the helm of the Fayetteville High School football program. Representing the Wolves today, we have Zeke DeLoach, Atticus Jacks, and Hunter Hammonds. The Wolves opened up the season on the road at Verbena on August the 26th. They compete in Class 2A, Region 4.
Talk about how your summer's been and the young men you brought with you today.
Well, can't say enough about the young men I brought here today. Fantastic guys. Looking forward to a great year with them. It's nice to have another DeLoach working hard this year, but Zeke's been with us, and this one right here has actually got more touchdown catches than anybody in Fayetteville history. He's caught the ball a good bit for us, but he's going to be catching this year and throwing the ball. So we're going to have probably a 2-quarterback system. We got 2 guys working hard there, got 4 working hard there. We don't really know who the guy is yet. So right now, in my mind, it's a 2-quarterback system because he does some things really well and the other one does some things really well. And we got Hunter Hammonds over here. He's a running back for us, a linebacker. He's one of our leaders on the team, been doing great things all summer. And Atticus Jacks led us last year in tackles. And his dad works with us too. And Coach Jason Jacks works linebacker. So see, we can work him out at school. And when he gets home, he gets some more of it. So his practice continues. But these are great guys. But can't say enough about our summer. We really have had a good summer. And I owe a lot of that to our Talladega County Board of Education because they built for us a new field house. We have a new house to work out of, and complete with a training room, coach's room, a nice weight room. It's been fully furnished, and I can't say enough for Dr. Lace and what she's done, and Mr. Kevin Cunningham, and all the guys at the CO there, and Griff Hill, who's with us today, and what everybody's done there. We really are appreciative, and it's a great facility, and we got a lot of people in our community that also poured in some money, some community support people, and they did a great job for us, and we were able to outfit that weight room completely. So we got a lot going in there, and they've been working hard in there all summer. We had some great 7-on-7 work this year, and actually probably did better at 7-on-7 this year than we have in quite some time, and won a lot of games. But that doesn't translate into wins when you get the pads on. It translates into good competition, but look, we still learning who we are. Our motto this year is "We are Fayetteville," and we got to figure out what all that means. I had to show a boy the other day how to put a helmet on that's trying to rip his ears off, and he couldn't hardly get a helmet on. I saw one trying to put his girdle on backwards, when we was trying them out. So we still learning how to outfit ourselves. We're not ready to play yet. We got to work hard, get ready for Randolph County, and maybe we'll be ready for Verbena opening day. We got a long way to go.
Coach, being the head football coach and athletic director, you're also a pastor. You have a lot on your plate, but as they said, 11th year at Fayetteville, you're now the leading guy in Talladega County as far as being at one school for that. Talk a little bit about what that's meant to you personally.
Well, it's just because I'm older. I had my son who's in here today was making fun of me the other day because I had a prostate cancer T-shirt on. And when you get older, you get to do stuff like that. You have more surgeries. You wake up, things are hurting, and so I just called them a little bit older there, David. But it's a great joy. It's an honor to coach at Fayetteville, and it's just because I've been there 11 years. It's a lot of forgiving people there, but we are family, and it's great to be there around these guys. And we have a working community. A lot of my kids work summer jobs, and they're just good people. It's just good people, wholesome people, and I'm more than blessed and honored to be the coach of the Fayetteville Wolves.
And talking about your coaching staff, of course, with Coach Jacks just a few months ago, you gained two new coaches in the offseason.
Oh, absolutely. Got two new coaches, Matt Collier, and we were able to get him in there. He's our new baseball coach, and also he's coaching quarterbacks on our varsity football team, and doing a great job. Coach Zedek has a good relationship with the kids, and love him to death, and love what he brings to the table. And also Coach Podores, who was at Childersburg, he's with us now, and Coach Josh Podores is doing a great job. He's our receivers coach, and appreciate everything that he's doing for us. And we have a new offensive line coach this year, Martin Northcutt. Coach Northcutt's doing a great job. He's also a prison guard over here at the federal prison, so he can handle kids, and he's great for offensive line, you know. And of course, you know, Coach Jason Jacks works our linebackers. Coach Matthew Moore is working our running backs this year, and you know, but Coach Mark Reed, my right hand, wouldn't know what to do without Mark Reed. He is our defensive coordinator, and I think the best defensive coordinator is around, and does a great job for us and all these guys. And they're going to be practicing in 22 minutes, so we're going to try not to get a speeding ticket going back home today. But I'm excited because I can turn things over to Coach Reed, and I know things are going to go smooth. Yeah.
Coach, how many guys are you going to have when you line up in your first game? How many guys do you think you're going to have on the field?
Right now we got 32. I think we'll have about 30. I think 2's going to quit us, because they're going to get tired and hot and sweaty out there, and they don't know what football is all about. But maybe I'll be wrong about that. But I think we'll have 30 to 32 guys out there. But like I said, this group's got a long way to go. You know, we got to figure out what it means. We are Fayetteville. Our goals right now is to win the first ball game. That's our goal. And every game to learn and to get better every game. We're not going to sit there and say we're playing 15 games this year. We're not going to say that. We're going to be very realistic about who we are. And we got a long way to go. We lost 12 seniors last year, but I like what's replacing them. I like this team. They get along really well, and I'm very, very proud of them. One thing, you know, and Scripture tells us this, and I want to quote from Philippians 2:3 says, "Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves." That's what we got to learn about football. It's not a selfish game. It's not a one player doing this for himself. Okay, it's a group of men getting together, 11 on each side of the football, and let's do this thing as a family. Let's win together, and let's take pride in this guy making a touchdown, because that's the whole team making a touchdown. So that's where we're at. We're going to learn who we are and how to share that football and do things creatively together. So it's going to be fun. I love this team. I love what they bring to the table, and it's going to be fun.
Coach, I want you to speak on your region and your schedule for just a second. Of course, I told you the same with Coach Fawcett. You lose Lynette, Lafayette, but you pick up Pensacola and Thorsby,
right?
Which is no strangers to Fayetteville. Thorsby is not. But talk a little bit about that, and also U10-week region that's coming back this year.
Well, we kept a couple of teams on our schedule, and that were teams that were lined up in the region, like Horseshoe Bend. We kept them for a out-of-region game because we like the relationship with Horseshoe Bend. And plus, you mentioned me getting older. I don't like to get on that yellow dog and ride forever. So I try to keep somebody within bathroom distance, you know what I mean? So we don't have to stop the bus for me or anything like that. So, I love keeping them. I got Holy Spirit back week 10. Holy Spirit has played, they dropped out. They played junior high ball for 2 or 3 years, but now they're coming back with a varsity club. We just had a good relationship with them and got them back. But you mentioned Thorsby. Now, they're a team that's a lot like us. We've had some great matchups with them in the past. Beat them by a point, get beat by a couple points, things like that, back and forth with them. So it's going to be fun to renew that rivalry with them. But then we got, B.B. Comer, great football team there. Our kids always play them so hard, but you know what Coach Fawcett and the Tigers accomplished last year, and they got a lot coming back. So we got some tough games coming up. We got a tough region, but getting relevant in it was great. Let those guys go and do their thing, and we're going to do ours here. But the thing about football, I'll say this. And then I want these guys to talk because they got some things to say too, I'm sure. But I just went on a family vacation, across the ocean there to Italy. and I get over there and see a lot of their customs and how they're living and all of this. But one thing I noticed, David, is I realize now we have so many people from Italy wanting to become American citizens, and I know why. Because over there they got soccer, but they come over here and they find football, and they want to stay. You understand? They want to stay over here because there's nothing better than high school football. We got NIL and all that in college. We got astronomical, salaries in pro. But you get down to something pure in high school football, and there's nothing better. There's really, truly, there's nothing better than high school football. And these guys, they keep me young. It's fun, and we're just going to see what we can accomplish this year.
Did you go watch any of them soccer games when you were over here?
Not a one. Not a one. No, I'm just messing. They do stay in shape doing that. That's a non-stop sport there, but it's fun. Coach Zedeker, he coached it for a long time, but I'm a football guy. Absolutely.
I'll ask each one of you players, and y'all can comment on your new field house. You're the first group that's going to be using that. Your weight room. Talk a little bit about that and how that's going to prepare you for this year.
Yeah, the new addition of the field house, it's just brought a lot of new spirits to our team. We all seem to be together. The new working out, music going while we're trying to work out gets us pumped up.
Yeah, the new field house is definitely different. Everybody comes in, they all want to work out. I guess it puts more of like you just want to work out right when you see it. It's all nice. It's very nice when you work, and we just put in good work this summer.
I think the new field house has furthered our family concept because, it's all of our first time using it, and it helps us remain accountable for all of our teammates and everything and just work hard in there.
I mean, Zeke, just talk about having a bigger role this year. You might be a quarterback, might be a receiver. Just talk about embracing that role and like you guys are doing now. You're in the dudes.
Oh, yeah. 2. Yeah, number 2 has always been, in our family. Took it this year. It's going to be different. We lost quarterback, but I think we're going to do well. I mean, you're going to see me at a lot of different positions. I won't be at one, and I like that. I think we're going to do good things with it.
Coach, what do you want to see from Zeke?
Just that attitude that he brings. He brings a winner's mentality. Every time he steps up to the plate, he brings that winner's mentality, and he wants to compete. He wants to compete. When he was in 7-on-7s, kid can't stand losing, and I love that about him. Losing with dignity and grace is very, very important. But I don't care if I'm playing checkers. I want to beat him. And that's Zeke. That's what he brings to the table. He's got a winner's mentality, and that's going to rub off on those other guys, and it's going to be a good thing for us.
Coach, you talked about your 30 to 32 players you'll dress in that first game. Being it's 2A level, of course, most all your kids are multiple sport athletes.
Right.
Have to be. How important is it? Do you do anything in your coaching staff, do anything different doing this summer camp to kind of keep your players from being injured as much as possible? Because how many of them will go both ways?
Sure, we have to get these kids in shape, and because we got a lot of kids that will be going both ways, as you just said. We'd like to platoon a lot of areas, and we've got a lot of skilled guys this year, and I really think, I told them yesterday, I believe we can platoon that backfield and some more things that we can do. We're trying to shore up that offensive line. We've got some kids that's changed positions to come to the offensive line, and we're excited about that. We have had our coaches working, and Coach Collier is bringing those baseball guys in there, and they're working out. In the new facility and so forth like that. So, and everybody's getting where they need to be. And we got to get, one thing we got to do is stronger shoulders to be able to take those hits if you're playing both sides of the ball. And we got to work those ankles and knees and get those in shape where we're not, tearing ACLs and turn those ankles over and things like that. And there's different exercises that we're doing to accomplish that. So, yeah. And I'm just very proud of that new weight room. And also, I'd like to say I'm very thankful for our administrators. Brittany Brown is doing everything she can to support athletics, not just football, but all the athletics at Fayetteville. And Lynn Rich and Nathan Prather, our assistant principals at the school, are fantastic. When I'm out there on the field calling a ball game, I ain't got to worry about what's going on behind me in the stands. They've got it. They got everything on lockdown. They're on the prowl for everything, making sure everything's right. And I appreciate them a lot because that's really important that I can not have to worry about what's behind me. I can worry about what's in front of me.
Atticus, there's not a lot of guys that play football these days that get to play for, or I get to be coached by their dad. Very few. What is that like for you as far as the player's concerned? And I know Coach Rob Carter, his stepson, plays for him, and he got a little emotional talking, even though it's not. You know, he said he's not really my son. He became my son when I married his mama. But in that sense, he said, I might get a little teary-eyed here talking about that. But what is it like being able to be coached by your dad? And does he treat you any different than he does anybody else?
I'd say it's a little more difficult. I always have him behind me, telling me what I did wrong, because he's my linebacker coach and I'm a linebacker myself. And I just think it puts a little bit more better pressure on me, because if I don't try my best in practice, then I'm hearing about that at home, and so it just pushes me to be a better player altogether.
I will say the coach does that out of love. As a dad, I had one that I coached as well. And you try to let the other coaches get in there and do all that for you when you have a son playing. But there's times when that dad will come out. But Coach Jackson does a great job with Atticus. Absolutely.
Coach, what's the biggest improvement that you want to see from last year to this year?
We did not accomplish. That's why we're not setting these lofty goals. We didn't accomplish near what we should have last year, and I think a lot of that was because of selfishness. We're working to improve on that area. We went 3-7 last year, and I believe we should have been at least 6-4, probably 7-3 last year. We had some close games we could have won, but when you don't get over that edge, when you don't get around the corner in football, I've learned a lot through the years, and I've learned that's because of selfishness. If you put others above yourself and work for the good of the team, you can get around corners. You can go a long ways, and you can win those close games. But when you start disbelieving, if one man's not accomplishing things or two men aren't accomplishing something, then the others start getting discouraged. Let a fumble happen. The team get an interception. Oh, Katie barred the door. Here we go. And heads start wagging and dropping, and it's not a good thing. So we got to learn to pull together as a team, and we can get those wins. We're going to take this thing. You hear those saying, one game at a time. Probably every coach up here has said that today, but with us, that's the gospel. We have to take this one game at a time. We'll get on in the year, get to the playoffs, and we'll set that goal, and then some more, and we'll go as the year goes. We'll set goals. Learn how to play this game, be accountable. Put God first, then your family, make your coaches proud. And somewhere along the line, these kids can take care of themselves. But we're going to take care of God and family and all that first. We're going to do the right things.
Talk about that offensive line. Last year, they had to run around a lot. Just running a lot. Just talk about trying to shore that up and just giving whoever's there more time.
Well, when you say give them more time, my biggest lineman is going to weigh about, what would y'all think, 160? About 160. Yeah, that would be one of our biggest linemen right there. So we're going to learn how to block. We're going to learn how to toughen up. And those 5 positions, we got 5 kids, that's going to be up on that line just like any other team. But we got 11 working for spots for those 5. I'm excited about that. And Coach Northgate has done a great job with them. But we're going to get a helmet, and we're going to get low on that hip. And I told him I want to see about 11 guys, limping through the hallways at school because that hip has been hit so much in practice. Okay, so we got to learn to get on that hip and get low, quit getting our hats high. We got to play football old school style so that line can do some good things. And we're also going to be multiple offense. We're not, one thing, we're multiple. And we're going to keep defenses moving around. And we're going to do some special things that gets these guys the ball and gets them to, we might even get the ball to this on a couple of passes. He showed me the other day he can catch a ball. So we're going to do some neat things, yeah.
Any more questions? Okay, if we have no further questions for Coach Limbaugh and the Fayetteville Wolves, wish them good luck this season.
Thank you.
Next up, our final school, the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors and Coach Paul Kulick.
It's the Credit Union Sale happening now at Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga. Inflation has rates going up. But Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga has rates as low as 1.9% on new or used vehicles. Drive a nicer, newer vehicle for less at Sarah Nissan and make no payments for 90 days. This weekend only. This weekend only. Secure one of only 20 low-rate vouchers now at Sarah Nissan of Sylacauga. 1.9% APR financing for 48 months. Must finance through Dealer Preferred Network or lenders with credit approval.
Great. What am I going to do now?
Time to visit Brown's Auto Collision.
No problem at all. We've contacted your insurance company and we can get you back into original condition right away. And I just want to remind you that all of our work is covered by a lifetime warranty. We're done.
Wow, that was easy and looks great.
Brown's Auto Collision.
Where quality is no accident.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
The Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Our final team of the afternoon, the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors with head coach Paul Kulick. Today representing the Silent Warriors, he has Denijah Swain and Chris Williams. They open up the season against the Tennessee School for the Deaf at home on August the 25th.
So it's just talk about how the summer's been going and the young man you have with you today.
Really, we don't have any summer camp. Our summer football camp will start this Sunday. We're expecting about 20 to 25 boys to show up this Sunday, and looking forward to all of them getting there.
Just talk about the upcoming season. I mean, what's your expectations for the team, Coach?
I'm very excited to have the opportunity to this year. I think we're going to have a great year. We've got several seniors on the team this year. We've got 10 seniors. Denijah's one. Wonderful leader on our team. We also have several boys. We got 5. We have Denijah, Josh Kelly, Juan Vasquez, Stacy Phillips. Hang on one second. Austin Brown. Those 5 are very good leaders on our team. They work well together and have since 8th grade. And now they're all seniors, and they're a wonderful group to work with, and they're always willing to work hard every day. They show up for football practice. My expectations are very high, and so are theirs. So I think we'll have a good season this year. They're going to push each other, I think. I expect that. That way I'll can focus on the younger players as well and work with them. And I think when we get them all together, we should have a great season. That's the hope.
Back, Coach, I'm trying to put schedules together and was looking at yours, and I think there's a second or third game this year against an Oklahoma team.
Yes. I do want to let you know we are really appreciative of Alvin Briggs. From the Athletic Association. Been very supportive of our football program and keeping it going. And so this year we don't have enough to play 11-man, so we're going to be playing 8-man. for the whole year. And against several deaf schools in America, they're all 8-man except for Indiana was the only team in America in deaf schools that was still playing 11-man. The rest of them were playing 8-man. Some deaf schools were playing 6-man. The Texas School for the Deaf, for example, they've got 500 students, but they was playing 6-man football. So I talked with Al and asked if it was all right if we played against, just deaf schools and played 8-man. And he was supportive of that, and so I'm excited to have all that, except for Grace Baptist Academy in Chattanooga. That's one of the best teams in the state of Tennessee, so I'm excited to get to play against them. And also the Florida School for the Deaf is always a big rival of ours every year, so we always circle that date on the calendar. October 8th, we're against Florida, so we got to pay them back.
Is the Oklahoma team, is that a new to your schedule, just because they're coming so far?
Yes, they are new. They're a new team for us to play against. It's a 12-hour drive, same as going to Maryland. The Maryland School for the Deaf, they changed from 11-man to 8-man as well, so we decided to play Oklahoma called Model Secondary School for the Deaf in Washington, D.C. They're going to come to us for our last game. That's going to be our homecoming.
Okay. Will you go to the Oklahoma people next year?
This year we're going to Oklahoma. They'll be coming to us next year. And it's really a nice schedule if you look at all the schools we're playing. They're really excited for the trips we'll be able to take this year. I think it'll be a good experience for our boys on those trips.
Do you do things when you go to these newer places? Like, I don't know what's in Oklahoma. I don't know if it's the Indian lands or what have you. But do you put an educational element on those trips too?
Sure. Yeah, Oklahoma City, we plan to take a tour of it, and that's a new team we've never played against, and so that's probably the one we're most excited about playing against is Oklahoma School for the Deaf. So,
thank you.
And also, they've given us some competition. I'm looking for teams that will compete with us. Some deaf schools, like the Arkansas School for the Deaf, they just they want to do 6-man, and so I didn't really want to do that. I was trying to keep it 8-man, and so we're able to play against them.
Coach, what are some of the differences between playing 11-man and 8-man football?
The difference is, you have those 3 players, you got those big tackles out, and 1 receiver. Same I formation. It worked beautiful last year, and both with 11-man, 8-man. Players have a hard time trying to figure out, when you're playing both 11-man and 8-man. So, playing 8-man for our team, it's going to be more like 8 on offense. They'll come off, and then we'll have 8 come out and play defense. So, just like bigger schools would do. So I'm feeling good about our football team being able to switch out and not having to play both sides.
Just talk about the players that you have returning this year.
We only lost 1 player last year, and that was Addison Taylor. He was one of the best players we had, and we lost him. So now I've got the 10 seniors that are coming back, and they're all very good players. As I said, Denijah, our quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback. I mean, he can play in different positions. Does very well there. Joshua Kelly plays running back and linebacker. Stacy Phillips, he's a big boy, and he's like a monster defensive end for us. Dominic Jefferson, he's a junior, He's gonna play nose guard, and he can also play guard really quick. He's very quick on the field. So playing 8-man, he's gonna be one of our top players, I think. Peter Brownlee, he plays tight end and linebacker. He's a freshman, but wow, he's a very good player. Austin Brown plays center and also nose guard on defense. Juan Vasquez plays guard and linebacker. Kendrick Agee is running back and a wing back. I mean, he's very quick in 8th grade. And as a freshman, I think we got a lot of older players. We got 10 seniors, as I said. But I think when we match them up with our younger players, we're going to, as I said, have a great year.
Coach, do you have any students?
Oh, and also Chris Williams that we got with me. He's back on the team this year, so I'm very excited. So that gives us more options and a variety on our offense. But he is a lot better on defense.
You have any kids playing football this year from ASB?
Yes. You know, last year we were to have 6 players from the blind school play with us. And we started football camp, and as we went along, COVID hit. So we had to send players off, and we never did get the same team back the whole year. After COVID and all that, the 6 blind players from the blind school left the team. So hopefully those 6 will come back to football camp this Sunday. I know they've got 2 or 3 that's pretty good sized boys. Ryan Pollard. Damian Winfrey. And Chris Weaver. But if those 3 can come back, I think they'll really help our team a lot this year. And just wanted to let you know, and we have about 25 players, 12 seniors, so we'll have 13 players left next year. So that should come back. And so this is our best this year. I'm hoping we're having a great year this year.
If you have the players, talk a little bit about the transition from 8-man to 11-man and how they navigate that from game to game.
Well, to me, in my opinion, it's good for the younger kids to understand what football is like, because on 11-man, most of them don't get the time to play football. They just sit right there and watching. And the 8-man, it gives them the opportunity to play on the field and get them to have their experiment of hitting, tackle, catching the ball, and having the opportunity of playing with other players that they never got in the past, playing 11-man. So it'll be a great year with the boys.
When I first came to ASD, it was my first time seeing 8-on-8 man football. So it was really surprising for me to see us play 8-on-8. But once I started watching and learning, I understood it quick. I feel like it was best for the younger players to learn rather than 11-man.
Coach, how difficult is it knowing you don't have a summer program and then all of a sudden trying to put a program together in 3 weeks to get ready for a season?
It is. It's difficult. It's very difficult. But we got all our kids live in different places across the state. We got kids from Huntsville, Mobile, Talladega, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. They're spread out, and trying to get them all together in the summer is hard. So the only time we can do it is start football camp this Sunday, and we always tend to struggle those first 3 weeks, it seems like. But after that 3rd or 4th game, then we start playing a whole lot better. But I think against the deaf schools, we're going to be fine because they experience the same thing. you know, the public schools, they get started a little earlier, so that's why we're usually frustrated the first 3 games and then end up getting better after.
Coach, I know the first 3 out of the first 4 games last year got forfeit due to COVID. How can you keep the guys healthier this year, considering they live together and they're together all the time?
We've got our locker room set up, social distancing trying to keep everybody safe. 2 years ago, it was really hard for us to navigate it, and it was very frustrating and having to send people off. And so we had to cancel half the season. Last year, you know, we had 2 games that we did have to cancel. Hopefully this year we won't cancel any of our games this year. Hopefully we can play the full season, because hopefully our boys have learned how to be aware and protect themselves as well, and to continue to have that 6 feet spread out in the locker room, make sure they're washing their hands and masking up. So hopefully they're more aware. So I think we'll do pretty well this year.
Because we know they're not together in the summer like traditional public schools are. But what are some of the things that the kids do during the summer on their own to prepare themselves for a football season?
I always am sending out to all the boys, so they'll know what to expect. You know, tell them they need to be running, lifting weights. Some places they go to Planet Fitness. They let students come in free in some places, so I encourage them to take advantage of that. And hopefully they come back and surprise me on how well they have worked on their conditioning this summer. I hope so.
Coach, how will you travel to Oklahoma?
We're going to have a charter bus that we're going to take. That's a 12-hour drive. So we're going to leave on Friday morning and drive out there. So hopefully it'll be a nice trip. Usually we get a long trip in September and one in October. So we're traveling to Oklahoma, and we'll also travel into Florida. So we'll use charter buses for both of those. Like Mississippi School for the Deaf, the ones that are a little closer. That Jackson is only 4 hours from here. Tennessee School for the Deaf is only in Knoxville. That's about 4 hours. So, and we're playing them twice this year. So they come to us, we'll come to them. And also happy that both have agreed to play on Thursday night instead of, for example, on August 25th, our first game against Tennessee is on a Thursday night. So that we can get them home. So we do play some Thursday nights this year.
For the players, what are their favorite destinations so far in their career, and what are they looking forward to this year?
I haven't yet got the chance to travel with the team, but I'm really hoping that Florida and Oklahoma will be the best one, because, you know, we have the chance to go out and like visit other states, and I really like the opportunity. So I want to get every chance I have to go out of state, have fun.
Well, it's a great experiment for me to like go out of state, because like most of the time most kids don't have the opportunity to like go out of state and all that. So it gives them a good experiment to visit other states and meet new people and see new things that they never seen before.
And I want to add, Washington D.C. is one of our favorite places to visit, because it's perfect for the educational part that you're talking about. You got the White House, the U.S. Capitol, a lot of things to visit. Florida, many of our kids never seen the beach, and so we get them out and we take them to the beach, and they can look around the city of St. Augustine as well.
More questions?
Well, you're going to great places to go visit when you go on the road. This is going to sound bad, but what are the teams that come in to see you, what do they say about Talladega?
The racetrack is the most famous thing we've got. But, you know, we call ASD the home of champions, but, you know, yeah. Hopefully, we will continue that tradition of being the home of champions this year as well. Oh, and also, I just have to say, and brag a little bit, I don't mean to brag, but the Alabama School for the Deaf is one of the most beautiful places out there. Our campus is one of the most beautiful places. So people do want to come visit us. And we have great hospitality, you know. We got sweet tea and barbecue around here. They love it here.
Okay, if there are no further questions for Coach Paul Kulick and the ASD Silent Warriors, that will wrap up this session. Once again, I would like to thank the members of the media for coming out today to support the student athletes of Talladega County Schools. Special thank you to Mr. Levante Young, who spent many years at the Daily Home providing our students with great coverage. He has been a trooper for students. There's many a times that he has went to bat for our kids, and that's greatly appreciated. But Levante will be joining us. He's going to become a teacher for us at Talladega County Central High School. We're awfully excited to welcome him to our team, but we want to thank you, Levante, for your work and for supporting our student athletes and our coaches over the years with the Daily Home. That wraps up Media Day, and we'll be back here again next year for our 12th time. Thank you.